writes here, remember the note? I was indirectly called an anti-white slur over Go Free card. That's right. Dropped out of my book on my way to the pool. Later that day, a note was taped on the wall with anti-whiteisms. I trembled and cried. It shook me to my core. Now this, ladies and gentlemen, is absolutely infuriating. I was so furious that this lovely woman, Samantha Fox, whose mother is a survivor of Dresden, that this lovely woman, she had one of my Go Free cards. It says Go Free, and it has the website on it, and it fell out of her book somewhere where she lives, the building where she lives, and some anti-white absolute piece of garbage found the little business card, looked up my website, and you look on my website, you look here on Go Free, and it says dignity for all, even white people. Make it very clear that this is about loving. And the first video you see when you come to my channel, which this person, this anti-white, white piece of filth, actually saw, was a video where I was saying that this is about loving the white race. This is about serving white well-being. Everyone is welcome. No immutable characteristic is excluded. And absolutely coming from a place of love. This anti-white white person saw this video, saw that all we do is care, not no harm to anyone else. All we do is also care about white people. And this person made a note. This note put in a public place, and this terrorized dear Miss Samantha Fox, a wonderful, gentle, beautiful lady in our community. Gentle as the day is long. Gentle as a spring rain on a field of tulips. This lovely, gentle and beautiful as that. This lovely, soft-spoken woman put this note up. And this note says, big placard, where everyone could see, and it says, someone misplaced their bigotry card, and then it has glued or taped to it the Go Free card, and then underneath of that, they write, just don't be, and then the anti-white were racist. So what do you think about this? I'm sorry, Samantha. What do you think about this anti-white piece of shit? I am furious over this. Here you have a single woman terrorized, beautiful and gentle as spring rain on tulips, and she's got to come across this terrorizing note that is attacking her in a public way. This anti-white could have just picked it up and thrown it away. Could have just picked it up and maybe set it up on the counter so that, well, I don't know what this no white guilt stuff is, but I'll just set it on the counter here so that anybody else comes to the walkway, if it's theirs, they can pick it up. They could have done that. Or they could have picked it up and said, let me look it up. Oh, they no harm to any other race. They invite all the other races to participate in caring about white people. Well, that seems kind of weird since I'm an anti-white, so I'm just going to toss it. No, this person hates white people so deeply that he or she had to make a public spectacle, a public hearing, a public lynching of this dear lady in our community. By God, if I lived anywhere, if I lived within driving distance, I would be there. And I would put up a big sign in that housing unit. A nice big sign to the anti-whites that live there. I would want them all to know, whoever this person was, no, whoever you are, it is not the community that condemns Samantha Fox for caring about the health and welfare and well-being of white babies that is condemned. It is the community that condemns you, who want to inflict injury, who want to white erase Western kind so deeply, so sickly, with such mental infection that you would go to these lengths to embarrass, humiliate, taunt, and terrorize a beautiful, older, gentle woman in your housing complex. You are garbage, whoever you are. You are filth. I hope you are watching, because it is the community, the great rising community of white people all around the Western world, and non-white people, and people of different sexual orientations. They're coming. Everyone is coming to this conclusion that they are seeing white erasure. They don't agree with anti-whiteism. They want to put an end to the victimization of the white race. You are the one who is immoral. You are the one who is the bastard. You are the one who has earned public condemnation. You are the one who should have people outside of your place of work letting everyone know that you are the one who is immoral and unethical. Mrs. Samantha Fox is the angel. You are the devil. You sicken me. My dear lady, if given the opportunity, I will take you by the hand. We will have a lovely lunch, and I will make sure to put up a nice big poster, and I will make it known, nice and loud, to everyone in that building at the top of my lungs that anyone who is anti-white and who wants to inflict injury on Western kind and white babies has a problem with me. And if they want to come out and talk about that problem, they're welcome to come out and talk about that problem. I will have that conversation. Thank you very much, Samantha. Absolutely sickening. That tells you where an anti-white is coming from. That anti-white, what did that anti-white, a woman most likely in this case, what did she want to happen? She wanted a public lynching. She wanted to terrorize. Does that sound like a moral person? Does that sound like that's someone that we can reach some sort of ground where we can both be amenable to? Okay, you can have your space, I'll have mine. This is what I've said all along. These are two irreconcilable moral structures that are freight trains on the same track, full speed, heading toward each other. This is why you have to take the, in whatever persuasive way you have to use, the conservatives, the nationalists, the whatever they are in your midst, the Republicans, whatever they are, you have to take them in whatever metaphorical, persuasive way that it'll work by the collar, and you have to say, they're not going to allow you to have your backyard, idiot. You better realize that they want you socially lynched. Rest assured that this filthy, evil, anti-white bitch, that if Samantha Fox was working somewhere, this woman would be lobbying to have Samantha Fox lose her job so that what would happen? Samantha Fox wouldn't have food, so that Samantha Fox wouldn't have medication, so that Samantha Fox wouldn't have a friend's shoulder to cry on, so that she wouldn't have community, so that she would be isolated and terrorized and frightened, psychologically harmed. That is what this piece of garbage wanted. That is not a moral person. That is not a moral structure. That is an intent to kill. God Almighty. Let's get it right. And let's have that conversation, bitch. Let's have that conversation. I'm happy to tell you what you are. I'm happy to convey to you the blackness of the soul in your chest. Just don't be anti-white. Just don't be anti-white. You want to eradicate Western kind? Well, you go do that somewhere in our story. You are the devil. And now I want you to try to talk your way out of it being a positive moral step to erase a people from planet Earth. Go for it.
In the never let them get inside your head. They'll tell you what to do in life instead of everything you know that you could get. Don't let them guide your life towards regret. I'll fight for what I love with every breath. My past is filled with things I won't forget. I use them all to push me to my best. So treat the worst of times just like a test. If only I could go back in time, I'd tell myself that everything will end up alright. Just push yourself, test yourself, figure out what you like, and find your limits, don't be rigid, always work towards a prime. Surround yourself with open minds, people can change your life. A few friends with intent can help you feel alive. Find a passion, take some action, and with a little time, just be patient, make a statement, try to enjoy your life. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless. They don't wanna see me care. Anytime I make some progress, I can see that they compare. I think everyone's against me, maybe something in the air. Am I paranoid? I swear a void is forming and they're scared. I walk a straight path, not many can say that. I'd like to play fast, cross me and there's payback. You better pray that I don't see your face at any place that I go. I know you hate that. I've been doing fine, I'm not wasting any more time. I live for the fight and the climb, and I think that the pain that's deep inside is what defines. So I won't give up, I'm gonna make it to the top. I don't care what's in my way, I swear I'm never gonna stop. I could fall flat on my face and I swear I won't get back up, cause I don't deserve a thing and the road ahead is tough. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless.
When there's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs, I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have our home. is dark, the way is lost, my eyes they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. My God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home.
2024, here we come. Feature stories today. Mark Dye's video using anti-whiteism, and he shows some clips of our very favorite, you know her name, Dr. Carol Swain. We have Christopher Rufo on Life, Liberty, and Levin, I guess is what it's called, on Fox. We have the anti-white movie American Fiction. He died for our sins. Who are white children talking about these days? The AI discovers beauty and what it has to say about the beauty of white people. We might get into 3 men and a white male rapist happens to be a judge, and maybe a little bit about Lululemon to get started. I'm laughing my ass off about that. Go free lesson of the day. The segment is the difference between playing the victim and being the victim. Your comments, calls, and questions. And then there's this.
Want to try wasabi?
No,
Do you want to try it?
no.
Okay.
Wasabi.
Do you want to try it? Smell it. Smell it first.
Help.
We are going free, ladies and gentlemen. It is a glorious Sunday evening, Monday morning here in the once great state of Virginia, across the river from Mordor. And it is 5 p.m., 7 in Sydney, 10 in London, midnight in Moscow. How dazzling is it to be here, 2024. Don't try the wasabi. You might need help. We are up on all of our platforms, I believe. Let me just make sure that is indeed the case. It does appear to be the case, and you may financially gift over the course of this gathering by reaching out on Entropy, which is up and running. And I already see financial gifts showing up there. You may comment there as well on the Tall Kevin widget, which is now the chat widget. You can head on over to D Live and financially gift in their cryptocurrency, or Odyssey in their cryptocurrency, or cash. And I'll be keeping an eye on Rumble as well. Over behind me at the moment is Cash App up and running, and you can financially gift there in a cryptocurrency or cash dollars. Also, Subscribe Star, which is up and running as well, and I'll be keeping an eye on that. Otherwise, you may financially gift me as no white, or not financially gift. You may just have a comment or a question and tag as no white guilt. No white guilt. I try to read and talk at the same time, 2 different things, and it doesn't always work out. Nonetheless, we are here tagging me as no white guilt to get my attention. If you have a cryptocurrency in one of the 5 major wallets of cryptocurrencies, you can head on over to nowhiteguilt.org, click on the financial gift tab, and you will see the cryptocurrencies that I use. You may financially gift me there as well, and we will recognize anonymous gifts the subsequent week. We will Also have available for you a snail mail address, and you can reach out to me on that snail mail address. It is there along with the wallets at which you can financially gift me. Let's go ahead and bring up, I got to just pull up this thing on Lululemon. And what is the Chip Wilson, I think is the founder's name. And Lululemon. What is Lululemon, ladies and gentlemen, on 2024 when we're getting revenge? What is Lululemon? Well, it makes, it's a clothes designer, a gentleman by the name of Chip Wilson. Is he white? He ended up a billionaire. Multi-billionaire, I understand, came up with this brand. And I tell you what, some of these leggings, just amazing works of art. I think Chip had the right idea. He was going in the right direction. The company grew and grew and grew. And then, I don't know, maybe he was forced out. It was years back, maybe forced out. He spoke out the other day, apparently very unhappy about the unhealthy imagery that Lululemon is presenting to the world. He spoke disparagingly about DIE, which is anti-whiteism, diversity, inclusion, and equity. Maybe we're going to end up with some billionaires showing up. And what better place to come when you're going to finance the destruction of anti-whiteism than right here, the only people on planet Earth that are actively destroying anti-whiteism the world over. God bless every single one of you champions. Let me go ahead and bring this up. If we can find it, Lululemon, what do they have to say over there?
Lululemon is distancing itself, or trying to right now, from its founder, Chip Wilson, after controversial comments he made about the company's diversity strategy. Take a listen.
The diversity strategy, which means what? Everybody knows here exactly what it means. It means no white people. Well, in particular, white males, but increasingly white females. And we're happy for that, because it forces white women back into our arms. Here we are. You left so long ago for the anti-whiteism, and now it's gone bad exactly as we said it would. And here you come running back. They're in our sports. They're kicking the shit out of us. But girls can do everything a guy can do better. What do you say?
I think through this whole diversity and inclusion thing that they've become, trying to become like the Gap, everything to everybody. And I think just the definition of a brand is that you're not everything to everybody.
Well, precisely. Of course, the billionaire has to step forward. Everybody in marketing knows this, that when you're branding, you're giving people a feeling of being special, a feeling of being unique, a feeling of being inimitable, a feeling of living longer, being more beautiful, having bigger parts that you want bigger, smaller parts that you want smaller. That is what it's about when you're selling anything, goods or services. And this idea that everybody is the same, the anti-white idea that everybody and everything is the same, is getting in the way of some of sales and marketing, and is making Lululemon just another Marshalls.
You've got to be clear that you don't want certain customers coming in.
Yes, you don't want certain customers coming in. Now, what's going to happen? What are they going to say? What do you think they're going to say? The anti-whites at this news station.
To be clear, you don't want certain customers coming in. I've never heard
Oh, that.
a person speak the way. That's interesting to say the least.
Oh, it's interesting. You don't want people coming in. That automatically means, and he's white or perceived to be white. And so the problem is for him is that he's always evil unless he is every moment proving that he is not evil by doing what? Demonstrating anti-whiteism. So he's got to be, if he's going to say that some people aren't allowed in, he would have to say that those are white people. And unless they're really white and they're flogging themselves on the way in for being white, then they are prohibited from entering.
Wilson also criticized the people used in the company's ads, calling them unhealthy and sickly.
They are. Have you seen these people? Do you remember Abercrombie and Fitch? You used to walk by the Abercrombie and Fitch, and it would be like these nothing but giant posters of beautiful white guys and then like a beautiful white girl. That's what it would be. It was nothing but you would be like, whoa, those are some really handsome guys. And whoa, that girl's really dynamite when you would walk by. Now you walk by And it's like walking by the Gap. It's like walking by TJ Maxx. It's like walking by Marshalls. It's like walking by Sears. We like, what is this? This doesn't set anything apart. They're all ugly. It's like the multiracial rainbow of turd. That's what is across the front of the store now.
This is not the first time that Wilson has gotten some backlash for controversial comments. He resigned.
Really, let's let him know about yours truly. Let's let him know about Going Free.
The CEO a decade ago, more than a decade ago, after he said, quote, some women's bodies don't actually work for the yoga pants.
Yes. He's got a longer interview, and I didn't get to see all of it on Forbes on their Twitter, and maybe we'll take a look at it later. Well, maybe next week or so. We'll see. But he said something I saw very briefly where he said at one point in the beginning, he said no smokers are allowed in this store. And the smokers went crazy. And everybody told him, told the genius moneymaker, this isn't going to work. This is really going to go bad. You've just turned off a bunch of customers. Meanwhile, what ended up happening was floods of people and their dollars who didn't smoke and were healthy and wanted a healthy lifestyle. He specifically said at some point, Chip, he specifically said, I don't want people who drink Coca-Cola and eat at McDonald's wearing my leggings. I don't want that. I want healthy, hot people. I want hot women in my leggings. Let's say women. We don't want any guys in leggings. Ugh! Ugh! Don't wear leggings if you're a guy. Don't do. I don't care if it says it's for guys. I don't care if you think you're in great shape or whatever it is. Don't do it. They're for women and women that are in good shape. If you're not in good shape, forget about it. Then get in good shape. You got to be in good shape for these clothes.
He left the company.
You're going to complain. It's like subversives complaining about me because I don't praise every loser and jackass in the white sympathetic sphere. You're like, you need to complain. That you need to not complain. You need to say we're all on the same golly whopping team.
Board completely several years ago, back in 2015.
So in response to these latest comments that have gone viral, Lululemon said,
I love it. Back in 2015, I vaguely remember that my leggings are not for all women, like those that are built like hippopotamuses.
In a statement, quote, Chip Wilson does not speak for Lululemon.
And then look at Lululemon. They force him out. And then here they are. They're like, he doesn't speak for us. That he's not anti-white enough.
Comments do not reflect our company views or beliefs. It is a very different company today than when he left. Founder.
Well, in other words, a very different company than when it was made good. That's what it was. Can somebody tell me, is this guy white? I mean, I don't care, but it's just an interesting. So here comes this guy, might be white. He builds this company. He's a billionaire. And then there's a controversy. He's not anti-white enough. He's like, hey, my leggings are for hot women, not for giant hippopotamuses. And they're like, oh boy, you got to go. And now they're making it just another Marshalls, just another cut rate garbage clothing outfit, which I'm sure will be produced by slaves in the Southeast Asia.
Of sticky branding, Jeremy Miller joins us now. Jeremy is a globally recognized marketing consultant, branding expert, and best-selling author. Jeremy, welcome to the show.
And the situation is a little sticky.
It is a little.
Slaughtz, the great Slaughtz, saying he is a white guy. Nat is here as well. Hello to you, Nat. Saying Chip Wilson is. Chip, give us a call. Give us a call, Chip. I'm sure you can recognize the high IQ points that are pumping here. Give us a call. You got the money. You can make it happen. We'll just have a conversation. We have the same adversaries, the same victimizers.
You're a good guest to have on, my friend.
Exactly. Wilson, as we know, is just no stranger to controversy. I mean, those are just two things, I'm sure, of a long, long list of things he said in the past.
By the way, take a look at Ain't This America? You and me, baby. Look at the news station. How much do you want to bet that the place where they are preaching the news is not predominantly non-white, but it's all non-white on the news team? It's been that way. When I was a child, all white areas, all white, and the news crew is half black or 3/4 non-white. Soon it will be completely diversified, and there'll be no white people there.
From a business perspective, though, what impact do comments like these have
Look at this woman here. You know she can't wear Lululemon unless it's to make guys puke.
on a business? It's not funny. And from a business model, though, I mean, you want
Why can't she get her own pen?
money from everyone, don't you? Why isolate groups
You
of
want money from everyone. See, she doesn't understand. Are you the billionaire? Are you the billionaire clothing expert?
people? Thank you.
I think it's an interesting challenge. What's this mean to Lululemon? Virtually nothing. After this news cycle is done, the comments will be gone and we'll be moving forward on this. But it is a distraction and it is frustrating. And I think in many respects, Chip Wilson is wrong. Now, in some ways, he's right. He's saying that all brands.
This loser thinks that the billionaire is wrong about branding and selling and
can't be all things to all people. I 100% agree with that. But in this day and age, diversity and inclusion is not a bad thing. It is what is opening up Lululemon to greater consumer.
Says the white guy with light features and blue eyes. It's not a bad thing. I've got to be anti-white as all hell so I can keep my little pissant job here.
Greater opportunities, and you can see it in their stock price. It has 10x since he was the chair of the board.
And listen, if you're a health nut, I understand why the Rib Shack is not for you.
Right.
I understand that. I get that.
Right.
Bravo. I'll be there.
I'll be there.
But I understand.
Bib and all.
But the second messy fingers. I get. But the second part of the statement is you have to be clear that you don't want certain customers coming in. Well, I'm no business.
But he's no businessman. That's right. Maybe that'll be the end of that, and we'll keep rolling here on this glorious Sunday gathering in 2024. People have been complaining about the materials, Lululemon. And Chip actually said, apparently, to show you what a badass he is, that when you're like 500 pounds and your thighs are rubbing together like this, it wears the material down. You know, when you're starting getting campfires everywhere you walk, when you're just like, and sparks are flying off and campfires are getting, homeless people are following you around so they can get a little bit of that campfire, them sparks flying off. When you're doing that, the material's not going to last very long. Chubby, the material, maybe try to lose some of the weight. Maybe what they'll have to do at Lululemon is they'll have to make the thigh material out of like King Kevlar. Everything else will be nice. Everything else will be nice material, but then Kevlar between the thighs so you don't set the city on fire. And now this is Chip Wilson's fault because he points it out. Chip Wilson, we're here for you, brother. Punch back. Punch back. We can make it happen in a big way. We're going to move on over to, you know who he is, the one and only King Dice. King Dice, who's here today with us in the live chat. What do you have to say? Make sure you tag me as No White Guilt. There's the great Brent Danger. I know that Franklin is here. Rosca Rise is here. We mentioned Slaughtz. Cindy Ben is here. Hello and welcome to you. Streaky Bacon. Nat is here. Hello, Art Acrobat. Jaded One. The great and only Clips is here. Lulu Lemonade. Lulu Lemonade. Great For Null is here. He said the sound effects was perfect for those pant leggings. I know. Thank you, bro. Because I've seen it too many times in person. It is like the eighth wonder of the world now. A woman, let's be frank, the Lululemon leggings from back when this Chip Wilson made this place, those things on a good-looking woman were just like, oh my, eighth wonder of the fucking world, right? But everything in this universe has like a flip side to it. And Chip Wilson was out. He was out. They weren't going to have it anymore. And they decided to get out the same amount of material used for camping tents and make some Lululemon leggings for some of the bigger gals, because there's beauty at every side. There actually is. There'll be people that'll find you good looking no matter what size you are. That's actually true. But it won't be me. I'm just saying. It's not going to be me. And because I'm getting shredded and beautiful, and I take off my clothes and I look like the for real Greek statues, with one big exception. It's a big one. It's a big exception. Otherwise, it's same thing as the Greek god statues. When I'm naked, coming out of the shower. I might even have mirrors put up in the shower, to be honest with you, because it's a dazzling thing to look at. But They're going to put these tents on these women, and then you see them too. So you walk down the street and you see this unbelievable, somehow the Lululemon has made her even hotter than she was before, and you're like, oh my God. Because by the way, we're men. We don't think it's gay as some of the other those America firsters that find it gay, in quotes, to be attracted to women. We're all men, the men of the West that are present here today, and the women of the West who are present here today totally understand that when we see something that looks good, we know, and we're going to not pretend it's not the case. And we're like, wow. And then flip side to everything. Here it comes. Strutting down, and it's like two hippos fighting under a tarp going down the road, especially when you're behind it, and it's just like certain groups of people. It's just like, whoa, and you're like dodging, you're like practicing your fighting technique. You're like punch and move. She wouldn't even know. Would she? I mean, come on. It's just so dense. It's so dense with meat. She wouldn't even know. You could just be like jabbing at it. You just don't want to hit one of the folds and get stuck in it, because you never get away from. I understand that you never get away. If you get stuck in one of the folds, then you're pretty much trapped. It's done for. Sometimes you'll see things fall out of the folds, but you don't often pull away from them. But it's a mess. And please stop wearing these. If you're a big girl, find something else. Find something else to wear. Like one of those plastic things they stretch across the baseball field when it starts raining. Not the Lululemon leggings. LG is here. Lulu with no white guilt. Thank you very much. Samuski. Pep is here. The Nameless One. Simon JJ. Cool. Papa J Magic. The Dean of the Danger. Dean Brent Danger. Vase of Flowers. So many champions have shown up. Just say no. Is laughing at the Kevlar. That's what it would take to prevent those things from bursting into flame. They're like, do you believe that look how thin the material got? No shit. That's what happens when you rub material together with that kind of pressure that often. Brad is here. Kingdom of Venlen. Samuski celebrating the God clips. No white guilt clips. Great to see you as well. And sliding through the champions, and we're going to pick it right up here. Masumik is here with our King Dice, ladies and gentlemen. And he is taking them down. When we're talking about gay, we're talking about President Gay. Don't you ever forget it. We're going to talk about Harvard's president here in a moment. Masumik says, you asked what's better for you to wear t-shirts or suits. I like the suit look, but it's also good to wear more casual, especially in the summer. But don't give up on the suits. Looks dashing. Well, God bless you. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Yes, indeed. The only thing better than seeing it like it is to see it coming off. Thank you very much. Indigo is here. Wonderful to see you, my friend. Look, I'm telling you, I'm being honest. If I were gigantic, I would not wear things that are for fit, hot people. Okay? You have to accept where you are in time. Maybe you're going to get into better shape. Maybe you're going to get into fabulous shape. Maybe you're going to look back on yourself and you're going to ever wonder how that was you. Maybe whatever. Maybe you're going to be what you're going to be, and it's fantastic because you're serving white well-being, and you know that, hey, if you have no feet, don't try to put on roller skates. Okay? You just know where your limits are, right? Like, I'm not going to try to start walking with a cane because I don't need one. It doesn't look cool on me. Not yet. Maybe when I get older. A cape? Maybe. Digital Underground is here. Promethean Kitchen. It's funny that all the white women are coming back now. Oh, yeah. Suddenly it's like, oh, please, can we come back? And I got to find that video. I got to find the video. There are these white women who are, and they're not the women of the West, the white women of the West who are here, but are the feminists, and they're trying to act like they're not. They're saying they're trad, or they're saying they are Christian Orthodox, or they are new practitioners of folk religions, or on and on, ancestral religions. But they're really just feminists. And this woman is amazing. She's like, I found a perfect man by becoming just a submissive woman and going trad. And here's what he does. And it was all she named about being a man. And it was all slavery. He cleans up everything in the house without me ever having to even say. He makes the dinner. He won't let me wash the dishes. And on and on and on and on. And it was all just like, are you talking about a husband, or are you talking about a slave? What are you talking about, lady? I mean, talk about women don't get to decide what a man is, by the way. Just so you know, we get to decide. Guys like me get to decide. And the women that get pissed off by that, just outed yourselves. The feminists just got outed. Just Say No says, do you think it's possible to move away from quote, diversity and inclusion to homogeneity and exclusion? I would not phrase it that way. We are putting an end to our victimization, and an end to our victimization manifests in a great many ways, and it will be to the good and benefit of everyone, including us. And that's the way we should address it.
The now former president of Harvard. But more importantly, there is a paradigm shift occurring, and a very wealthy and powerful Harvard alumni has just awoken to the fact that he was wrong about supporting DEI. And this is a guy who you want on your side, because
this is the billionaire that I was trying to remember the other day.
He's not just the billionaire hedge fund manager. He is considered an activist investor. More on him in a moment. And I do believe this is the first time that the Associated Press has been fact-checked on Twitter after posting this nonsense article. Harvard president's resignation highlights new conservative weapon against colleges: plagiarism. Well, how dare people expose plagiarists and other frauds. The community note points out plagiarism is a breach of rules at Harvard University. And Claudine Gay was ultimately forced to resign for a series of breaches of this policy. He has 50 of them at least.
Just remember what the anti-whites are doing. Plagiarism is something that we have. It's one of our norms that you are not to imitate others, copy others. I guess I should say expressly, copy others in your academic and your professional pursuits. You should be forced to stand on your own 2 feet. Anti-whiteism attacks everything that white people are and do and create and rely upon, including those things that we've adopted from other races and have come to rely upon as part of who and what we are in our civilization. And they attack all of that because the attack is on us, fundamentally on us. Our expressions in the world are communal extensions of our physical selves. So remember that. Our norms are communal extensions of our physical selves. And then if you look at it that way, you'll be able to defend those norms as ours, as us. And so attacking the concept of plagiarism and what that means is no different than attacking any of the other norms, attacking us physically, punching us in the face for being white, etc.
Plagiarism, or application of the rules around plagiarism, therefore cannot be considered a weapon. But
Kingdom of Endless, citing, if you're going to bring somebody else's thoughts, somebody else's ideas in, then you cite them, you adduce them, you mention them. Hey, these people, or this person, or this community, or whatever. But hey, it's almost like, do you hear it? The hypocrisy of so many so-called white sympathetics who have no problem plagiarizing the shit out of us. And then when a guy from a different race plagiarizes yours truly, all of those white people, because they're selfish individualists, they don't come to my aid. Oh, no, they don't come to my aid. If I plagiarized him, though, it would be a landslide. They would all, friends, relatives, people who would never know him, never meet him, but they would consider themselves part of the same group of people, they would attack me as well. And then what would happen? All of these losers, these economic customers of just tell me that my scapegoat is legitimate. They would all say, see, that you see, they control everything. They're not fair. But then they don't do shit to protect their own. My God, it's good being right.
Wait, there's more in the article, which has since been stealth edited. It originally said this, but they changed it after being widely ridiculed in their nonsense making headlines. It said,
Gruesome.
Christopher Rufo, a conservative activist who helped orchestrate the effort, celebrated her departure as a win in his campaign against elite institutions of higher education. What they mean is against elite institutions engaging in critical race theory, DEI, and anti-whiteism. On X, formerly Twitter, he wrote, scalped as if gay was a trophy of violence, invoking a gruesome practice taken up by white colonists who sought to eradicate Native Americans.
What?
Everyone knows, and there is no disputing it, that it was the Native Americans who invented scalping and were the ones who were engaging in its widespread practice. MSNBC host Holly Velshi says that right-wing culture warriors developed a formula to manipulate soft targets in high education. MSNBC's
the formula, the social crime of plagiarism. That's the formula. So the same thing could be said by an anti-white about us punishing rapists or murder. They've developed a formula where they've condemned murder and rape.
Joy Reid is taking this especially hard because, as she herself has previously openly admitted, she was recruited by Harvard as an affirmative action applicant.
Just remember when you hear something, like somebody Joy Reid, there are hundreds of thousands, millions of Joy Reids in the world today. Non-white people who didn't have the didn't have the intelligence, didn't have the drive, don't have the ability. That doesn't mean that there aren't non-white people like that, but these ones who are recruited to fill slots after white males have been discriminated against. They didn't deserve the job, the education, the promotion, etc. I want you to focus on the white family that never came into existence. I want you to focus on the white males that committed suicide. I want you to focus that never tried. I want you to focus on the generational injury that is caused by white males coming up in a world where generation after generation, it doesn't matter how much talent you have, how hard you work, how much time you put in, how much you sacrifice yourself, even your family or family members or friends, to become a success, to be able to have a family of your creation. It doesn't matter. And then you end up communicating that to the white boys, because how could you not? They're going to be able to see it. How could you not communicate that it's not worth trying? It's not worth going out there, young man. It's not worth putting your best foot forward, because they're going to fuck you over no matter how hard you try. The generational, that's real generational trauma that's created right now by people like Joy Reid. And then think about, what is she doing with her money? What kind, with this big 7-figure salaries, with the connections that she has made? We talk about these micro socialistic environments. What is she doing with the money? Is she funding more anti-whiteism? Why? Of course she is.
In order to diversify the student body.
I do want to just pivot to another thing, because there's another thing happening, Jelani. There is this sort of open war on Black progress, Black history.
Black privilege, and Black favoritism, anti-whiteism. Well, yes.
Yes, anti-whiteism, king dies.
Claudine Gay, the president of Harvard University, at least up until she resigned, is now the latest casualty of that. Christopher Rufo, who is...
Is it just me, or does Ms. Gay look like a ferret? It's one of those things. It's my self-expression, I know, and I'm white, so I shouldn't be allowed to have that. I'm not allowed. It's considered immoral for me to have that. Isn't that true? But isn't she a ferret? Isn't she an absolute ferret? I mean, if you woke up one morning, if you went to bed one night and you had maybe 2 ferrets in a cage, and you woke up one morning and she was in there feeding off the tits of the female ferret, wouldn't you think they had a baby?
Out there touting and, high-fiving and claiming the scalp of Claudine Gay, telegraphed that this was what they were going to do, that they were going to associate these DEI professors of colleges with BLM. And
this is fascinating. I hope you all are seeing that professor, president, still 7 figures. She stepped down, but she's still 7-figure professor at Harvard. All of that credentials, all of that legitimacy that is yielded to her, the respect that's given to professors of Harvard. You want to write a book and make $1 million? Just be a professor at Harvard. I mean, it's just on and on, right? You want to do an interview? What kind of weight does that carry to say that you are a president or professor at Harvard? Quite a lot still, quite a lot. But notice here, it wasn't conservatives that took down Claudine Gay. It wasn't conservatives at all that took down Claudine, but conservatives are now doing like a victory lap, like they did something. Now, why would conservative content creators have to do that? Because they don't actually have any victories. So they take every chance they get to fraudulently claim they've had victory. So here they're claiming, whoa, we brought her, we took her down. Now it's totally what she did. Plagiarized, by the way, it's Dr. Carol Swain, our favorite Dr. Carol Swain, that Gay plagiarized. So Dr. Carol Swain, a black woman that actually had the intelligence and the tenacity and etc. to get into these environments and excel, Claudine Gay plagiarized her. Claudine Gay is gone because a percentage of the Jewish community act for their individual well-being by way of their group well-being, which is a beautiful thing that they do. It's beautiful. It's not awful. It doesn't mean they control the world. It doesn't mean that that particular thing doesn't mean that they're anti-white. There can be anti-white Jews who participate in it, but it's a beautiful thing. They come forward and they said, you're not going to put Jews in danger at Harvard. You're gone. That's why she's gone. Not because conservatives said, look, she plagiarized. Seriously? Are you seriously going to claim that these conservative leaders said, oh, well, we're just pointing out what all of these diversity candidates virtually, all of them do. It's just nothing but wholesale plagiarism. And it's been going on for generations. Because I saw this funny video. I got to find it. A hilarious video on Instagram. This guy, white guy, he's sitting there. He's drinking I don't know, maybe a beer. And he's probably, I don't know. He's probably in his like 40s, late 30s, 40s, somewhere in there. And he plays this video of this Zoomer. And it's just this blinkered. So many of Zoomers have this blinkered view of the world. Like everything is just there in just their generation. Everything is just their world. Everything is just happened since they've been alive. And the young man, the young boy is saying this. And the content creator on Instagram, this guy, shoots his beer out of his mouth. And he's like, no shit. And it was just, I got to play it. I got to find it. Not right now. We're going to keep rolling with this. But the idea that the conservatives took down the first black female president of Harvard by pointing out that she did some plagiarism. No, not even remotely close to why she's brought down.
Decolonization and Hamas in the public mind and get rid of them. He's now claiming.
Now, but why, the other side of this is, why are anti-whites, why are they attacking the conservatives? Because who can you attack? Who can't you attack? Conservative content creators, it's mostly the conservative spectrum of ideas, mostly in contradiction to anti-whiteism, or at least not as anti-white as radical anti-whites would like them to be. A lot of white people over there in the conservative circles that are what? They are selfish individualists. They're not going to come together. They're not going to come together and use their communal wealth and intelligence and etc. to take down or to take on these news agencies. Of course not. But a percentage of the Jews will. So you think they're really going to come out and attack Jewish people and say, well, look at what these Jews did. Are you serious? That is the power of individual well-being by way of group well-being. Wake up. Wake up. Why is our community the only one that is talking about this reality in the world and how we have to be the exact same thing?
Victory. He telegraphed that this was the campaign. Why are these elite colleges capitulating to it and essentially making it so uncomfortable for these women leaders that they have to step down to be replaced by white men?
Yes, Joy, Christopher Rufo and
look at that very closely there with Joy Reid. Framing everything in the anti-white narrative. This is why I named it that. This is how the world works for the anti-whites. It's how the world works for everybody. It's in the anti-white narrative. So if the black woman has to come down, the sin is that she's replaced with a white male. Everything you need to know. Remember, I've said for 30 years, look at what they say. Look at what they actually are saying. What do they actually celebrate when they have victories? That's what they believe. That's what they're for. That's what they're all about. It's not ever about their pretext. So anybody telling you that, well, we need to discuss their pretext, like a guy we're going to be talking about in just a little bit, Rufo, they'll tell you, oh, we got to discuss their pretext. That's what it's all about. It's all about debating them on their pretexts.
Countless others were open about their plan because it wasn't some secret conspiracy. It was a campaign.
The thing that really disturbs me is the unrelenting campaign from the right and from some conservative activists to...
As soon as Dice starts like smiling and chuckling, it's just, I got to like bite my tongue. I start laughing.
Slander, discredit, and ultimately, I guess, somebody used the phrase, we've claimed a scalp.
Oh. I am certain there is a joke here that you have to be au courant to get. Dice has allowed weak batteries to be in his smoke detector.
I think on social media, to essentially...
Oh, why might that be? That is some multi-level comedy. Holy shit.
Unseat gay.
Holy shit. Really?
And other presidents as well. When they don't
Saluting for that.
Not just the handling of the horrific attacks on Israel on October 7th, the way...
No, he's not making a face. He's just totally ignoring it.
That was handled on campus, but really anything else that they don't like about not just these presidents, but actually what they would call wokeism on campus.
No, we don't call it wokeism. The conservatives, I guess she's right about that. Look at this thing behind him. Whoa. She looks like she's about to bite his head off. That's what a demon looks like. Anti-white demon right there.
Campus.
Yes, that is exactly what we're doing. Guilty as charged.
Throw away your
it's a commercial
right now, because what you're about to hear in this video may
is that the pillow, my pillow, this guy's pillow. It's not going to be my pillow. This guy's pillow will make you a millionaire.
And serious health issues. And
I'm wearing a white jacket, which means I know what I'm talking about for you dummies out there. It means I'm some sort of doctor or physician. That's why I bothered to put it on, you idiots.
The future.
Recent studies have shown that over 75% of people have back problems because they sleep in the wrong position. Sleeping in the wrong posture can cause...
Because they sleep at all. Look at, of course they put her in like some like red negligee. How many ladies actually sleep in like a red negligee? Come on. Using the sex again. Using the sex on us. And now look, we've got this graphic. It shows the word pain. That's what actually happens when you're hurting. The word pain appears on your body.
Irreversible damage to your body.
Irreversible.
So if your back or neck hurts even in the morning, watch until the end because there is an easy...
Ooh, God, that didn't sound right, did it? I don't know. Maybe I should have been a chiropractor. Jeez. Yeah.
Way to fix it. If you're a side sleeper or a back sleeper, maintaining the correct...
And of course, no bra. It's just the negligee. It's like, hey, check out my pillows.
Posture while you sleep is crucial. Sleeping in wrong posture can cause irreversible effects.
Oh my goodness. They're going over the top with that neck breaking sound, aren't they?
Body. A team of European spinal treatment specialists.
Oh, they're European spinal treatment specialists. They all have white jackets on. Make sure we get all the actors white jackets because we know people are dumb. And they'll think they're professional.
Found out that almost...
We're looking at an X-ray, the old style. Who looks at the actual film anymore? I mean, what are you, like at a MASH unit in the middle of Korea?
75% of these symptoms are caused by people choosing the wrong pillow. Even if the pillow feels comfortable, it is almost...
He's like, there are any drugs in here?
Never made to be ergonomic or healthy. In fact, that is
Ew.
how the big brands trick you into repeatedly buying new pillows from them. The new pillow starts to wear off and loses its shape quite quickly. Traditional pillows also absorb plenty of germs and bacteria.
Oh
That's
my God. That doesn't live in my pillow. I'm sure of it.
why manufacturers recommend changing
That's why I use rocks for my pillows.
your pillow every
Be a
few months.
man.
Wait, that doesn't sound right. But not for the big corporations making millions.
So everybody, the girl who has the negligee on and the loose boobies, she is in heaven. Everybody else is dressed and in pain.
From this problem instead of trying to solve it. Luckily, specialists in the Europe.
Whoa! They got the white jackets on like wholesale. How many did we buy? Shit, hire some more actors. I think we needed 3. You got how many? 30? Get some more actors in. Just grab people off the street. Nobody will even know. Look, they're all so smart in white jackets.
European Spinal Treatment Association realized the public needs an alternative.
That's just like some random building that they flew a ROV over.
After 9 months of intensive research and testing,
what did they say? Research? It's research.
Introduced Durilla, a reinvented memory foam pillow using new.
Is it called Sterilla? What the hell? I mean, that'd be like a hardcore signal, wouldn't it? All the conspiracy people would be like, "Holy Christ! It's called Sterilla."
Revolutionary craft. Durilla pillow instantly reduces stress and tension on your spine, neck, and shoulders.
We got to keep going.
But Christopher Rufo, just so you know,
oh, here you go. Here you go. We got a little bit more from him.
Should know this, and unfortunately, nobody else on the right will tell you this. So it takes your trusted independent media analyst, a guy in his kitchen, a laptop, to tell you this. Christopher Rufo refuses to call critical race theory anti-white. He refuses to use the term anti-whiteism. He refuses to
King Dice, exactly.
capitalize the word white while capitalizing the word black. And I've had numerous.
Dude, that guy, Rufo, is an anti-white piece of shit. Absolutely. And he's just like Schellenberger and what are some of the other guys, their names? It's just a whole slew, Guy Benson and so many others. A whole slew of these, like the people they give you as the conservative content creators. That they put them in your faces. They write the anti-whites write the articles about how awful they are in the big media to tell you that if you're a conservative, that's your leader. By the way, do you ever notice the anti-whites do the exact same thing with the alternative to these people, the alternatives to these people? They write it real big. Do you remember? They used to do it with Little Dicky all the time, and now they do it with Lil Nicky all the time. This is what they do.
It's back and forth with him,
it's called
both
psych
publicly
warfare.
on X, on Twitter, and privately in the DMs about this, and he will not budge. And he is adamant that calling critical race theory anti-whiteism is counterproductive to his agenda.
So Dice has actually messaged with this clown, and he's absolutely is refusing to use anti-whiteism.
And the reason for this is because he views that as being too pro-white, something he definitely is firmly opposed to. He has denounced white.
He's against white well-being. Rufo is against white well-being. That's why he won't allow us to object to our victimization without including the victimization of non-white people. He won't allow us to say the attack is on white people. If you do not identify the victims of the primary victim of the attack, the primary victim group of the attack, you cannot defend against the attack. I mean, if anything that conservatism has ever done, it's taught us that you can't have like some sort of like shy, oblique way to semi-reference white people with some abstractions and mentioning non-white people as the victims and somehow benefit and put an end to our victimization. It doesn't work. Generations of it doesn't work. The fact that he's pushing it tells you that he's anti-white. The fact that other conservative content creators will have him on, like Levin, and we'll have that up in just a moment, tells you that they're anti-white or they are stumbling in that direction. The fact that anti-whites, hardcore anti-white entities, news organizations will decry people like Rufo so that you know who your rightful leader is, tells you that this is psych warfare and hardcore anti-whiteism.
White identity politics. He's married to an Asian woman. His children are Asian. And so he views dismantling critical race theory as helping to stop the discrimination against his children and white people, but he doesn't want to focus on the fact that it really is anti-whiteism, but the anti-Asianism is really collateral damage to the core mission of CRT, which is anti-whiteism. I'm serious. It does not capitalize the word white, and not only does not capitalize it, some people maybe just takes a little bit of time to kind of understand these things, especially since the Associated Press has declared that their style guide recommends that you must capitalize the B in black, remember, after the George Floyd riots. And so normal people are...
He's spitting fire. Let me hear amen. Let me get an amen. Let me get a hoorah in the live chat. Maybe some swashbuckling flags for King Dice spitting fire, swashing hardcore on Rufo right now.
Capitalizing the word white as well, and noticed that the Associated Press and others news agencies are not capitalizing the word white, and then they issued a statement saying that they're not going to do it either. And
so he dutifully, Rufo, what King Dice is pointing out is that Rufo dutifully obeys the anti-white authorities on style when it comes to right. Are you serious? That is pure anti-whiteism. Pure. No one should listen to this clown. No one. Thank God Dice has just laid the hammer down on him.
So he is following the Associated Press style guide, and he himself, a leader in the culture war, refuses to actually capitalize the word white when talking about white people. Someone who is opposed to anti-whiteism and actually uses the term anti-whiteism when describing anti-white racism instead of just calling it racism, because, as you know, that word evokes thoughts of white people being bigoted towards non-white people, which is why the more descriptive, accurate term anti-whiteism is needed and should always be.
Dr. Swain, let me get some Dr. Swains in the live chat.
Be used when describing it is Professor Carol Swain, retired political science professor from Vanderbilt University, whose work, by the way, was stolen by Claudine Gay, the now former president of Harvard University. So the plagiarist, the DEI hire, stole the work from an actual academic and scholar, Carol Swain.
When I was in college 100 years ago, we
get ready to celebrate.
Were told that
you all remember this. You remember this, and we had her on.
Only white people could be racist. That to be a racist, you had to have power. But now the dictionary, actually has a definition for anti-whiteism: prejudice or discriminating against or hostile towards white people. And I believe that's positive to have a definition, a dictionary definition, because a discrimination can take place against white people. It can take place against any group.
Oh, we love Dr. Carol Swain.
During the time that I was in college and while I was teaching, there were whiteness studies programs that
all they do is complain about white people. Yes.
Yeah.
But while everybody's patting Christopher Rufo on the back, and he did play a big role in this, and he does great work, but he's got some major flaws as well. The real power behind this move, the real force that started it, was billionaire hedge fund manager Bill Ackman, who is a Harvard alumni. And he's the guy who literally started contacting his fellow billionaire Harvard alum and telling them to pull all of their donations to the university until she got fired. And Bill Ackman is Jewish, so he was very upset with her non-defense of the Jewish students at the congressional testimony when she was pressed by Congresswoman Elise Stefanik. And so he is the guy who really got this started. But now he has had a big awakening about diversity, equity, and inclusion. This from CBS News: billionaire Bill Ackman, a ringleader in the effort to oust former Harvard president Claudine Gay, is fixing his sights on another target he says has facilitated racism at universities and in corporate America: diversity, equity, and inclusion programs. I'll read part of his statement that he posted on Twitter about it in just a moment, but you should know that he's not just a rich guy who's a Harvard alum who's posting on Twitter. This is an activist investor. This is a guy who could be like the counterpart to George Soros. This is a guy who uses his money to try to crush companies that he sees as being unethical. There's a whole documentary called Betting on Zero about him doing this or attempting to do this to Herbalife, the sort of multi-level marketing pyramid scheme, weight loss and diet supplement company. And he would have successfully crushed them because they are a shady company. And if you watch the documentary, you'll see they've taken advantage of countless people. And so he leveraged them with a bunch of put options in order to just ruin the stock and bankrupt the company. And he would have done it, except another billionaire, Carl Icahn, who has a personal beef with him, saw what he was doing and knew what he was doing, and just wanted to counter it because he didn't want Bill Ackman to succeed, and then was able to actually make money off of Bill Ackman's failure. But very complicated situation. But if it wasn't for Carl Icahn, who is a total scumbag in this situation, stepping in to save Herbalife, then Bill Ackman would have totally wiped them out. And so now he has a hedge fund. Okay. Hedge funds do the put options and, let's just say manipulate stock in a legal way. And so now he is setting his sights to dismantle DEI. So this is going to be very interesting. He posted this extremely lengthy explanation on Twitter detailing his awakening and some of his plans. Just get a load of how long this is. I'll read you just a couple parts of it about his awakening, where he says that he came to learn that the root cause of anti-Semitism at Harvard was an ideology that had been promulgated on campus, an oppressor-oppressed framework that provided the intellectual bulwark behind the protests, the pro-Hamas protests, helping to generate anti-Israel and anti-Jewish hate speech and harassment. Then I did more research. The more I learned, the more concerned I became, and the more ignorant I realized I had been about DEI, a powerful movement that has not only pervaded Harvard, but the educational system at large. I came to understand that diversity, equity, and inclusion was not what I had naively thought these words meant. He says he went on to learn that DEI was not about diversity.
Now, I don't think that this guy misunderstood anti-whiteism, but I'll say more in a moment.
In its purest form, but rather DEI was a political advocacy movement on behalf of certain groups that are deemed oppressed under DEI's own methodology. Because what's interesting is, and obvious, that many of these people never cared about all of the anti-whiteism until all of a sudden it spilled over onto Jews. Now that the Jews were lumped in as the white oppressor class, now they're stepping in to try to stop it. But to Bill Ackman's credit, he's not just upset about the anti-Semitism coming from DEI or the supposed anti-Semitism. Most of it is obviously imaginary, just like the imaginary racism, some racism, but very, very little. But he does say that DEI is racist because reverse racism is racism, even if it is against white people.
He needs to be saying anti-whiteism.
And it is remarkable that I even have to point this out. Racism against white people has become considered acceptable by many, not to be racism, or alternatively, it is deemed.
Did you just hear what Ackman wrote? I mean, think about that, really. There aren't any white people saying this. Now, as King Dice is pointing out, Ackman was rolling along fine until he found out that Jewish people could potentially be harmed, their reputation harmed, and that is harming the people. Ackman, even though he's a billionaire, he could walk away from Jews, have nothing to do with them. He clearly is deriving individual well-being, at least by way of my perception, by way of his people's well-being. He believes that to be a moral responsibility of his. As a billionaire, wouldn't that be nice if white people thought that way? Wouldn't that be nice if white billionaires did that? So the problem is not Bill Ackman, who is concerned with his people's well-being. The problem is with white people who are not concerned with our people's well-being. So he perceives the reputation of Jews under attack. He perceives the reputation or the actual individual lives of Jews at Harvard and other universities are potentially under attack emotionally, psychologically, and maybe even physically. He perceives that that's a possibility, and he wants to move against it. I salute that. I think that is a great thing that white people need to do. There's nothing wrong with that. You're not going to be able to demonize that behavior as the white sympathetic sphere has done for generations and then end up not rejecting it. If you demonize a behavior, you end up rejecting it. This is a behavior that we need to learn. So I don't know. Nothing he's saying here is that Ackman is saying here is anti-white. I don't know if he's been anti-white in his life. I don't know how anti-white he might be, or if it's coming fits and starts or not. I don't know. But what I can understand is that when he's going to come to the benefit of his people, he is going to recruit allies, just like so many others. They always do. So many others, they do the exact same thing. There might have been a little purchase of a platform called Twitter that was clearly for personal reasons that suddenly became a free speech issue. Long after all of those personal reasons came out, we talked about it. suddenly became a big recruit of allies. This is a human behavior, folks. This is nothing to be shocked by. The fact that they would suddenly mention white people, and he also threw in discrimination against Asians, which is really non-existent, happens here or there, but compared to white people, non-existent. End of story, in my opinion. Of course he's going to recruit them. Of course he wants to recruit white people. Of course. He wants to get more people on the side that he is pushing to benefit his objective. That makes perfect sense. Doesn't hurt me at all. I don't think that there's like some grand opportunity for some sort of alliance or something of this nature. I don't think there's anything like that that's possible. We don't have a people. He is speaking to the individual members of the white population. Now, when it comes to Asians, he might get help. He might get people that will come on board as a community. But when it comes to white people, it is nothing but selfish individualists that he's bringing into the argument, not actual individual human beings to participate in the attack on these different entities, these different institutions. So I don't mind at all. I don't think that it's a case where he's being hypocritical as a Jewish person because he is now concerned with the discrimination. All of these sort of slanders directed at people like Aikman on the basis of now they care. They've always, Bill Aikman, I would put my money on, has always cared about Jewish people. I would put my money on that. And I don't think anything is wrong with it. We need to be able to emulate that behavior.
Acceptable racism. While this is, of course, absurd, it has become the prevailing view in many universities around the country. You can say things about white people today in universities, in business, or otherwise, that if you switched the word white to black, the consequences to you would be costly and severe.
So he's talking about white people, not because he's, I would not guess, concerned about white people. I don't think this concern will go on after the problems for Jewish people at these universities are ameliorated. I don't think he'll continue being an activist. He could prove me wrong. Maybe he'll call me up and say, I really like what you're doing, and I want to put an end to this anti-whiteism thing because it's harming the country. It's harming everybody. I would say, shit, yeah. It absolutely harms everybody. And if you want to end the victimization of my people, then you're more than welcome, like everybody else, to participate in that effort. But his concern for us is probably just self-serving at the moment. It's very easy to cite what is everywhere, the discrimination against white people, and then use that to advance his objective for his people. This is why this community here is so starkly divided from others, because here you have to be a thinker. You're not going to be able to have one of these superficial takes that any tard on a street corner could recite.
Maybe it's time somebody introduced Bill Aikman to Stephen Miller, former Trump administration official who was a rock star at the press conferences. Sure, you remember him, who now heads up the America First Legal Foundation, which has been filing lawsuits against numerous major corporations for their DEI, for their anti-whiteism. In other news, Ray Epps may actually go to prison for a few months because of the...
All right, so that's about the end of that. Unless you all care about Epps maybe going to jail for a few months.
Sustained pressure campaign on the Department of Justice to actually do something about the guy that the FBI and the entire liberal media industrial complex were protecting, despite him appearing to be a key leader in the mostly peaceful protest at the Capitol.
And I'm gonna mention a little bit later, but Twitter X really does not like the name Patriots Day that I coined. And we showed the videos of how it came together through different shows, all at that same time frame before everybody else. They do not like it. We'll talk about that later. All the more reason, because they know the power of calling it Patriots Day. Let's keep rolling with our next. I'll see what you all have to say. Do you all have to say anything about this? Give me a tag. No White Guilt. No white guilt. Tag me as no white guilt, and I will bring you up and have a look at your comment. Right now, I'm going to pull up. We're going to watch a little bit of Rufo over here on Fox News. We're just mentioning him. And great to see everybody here. It looks like Sapphire Blue is with us. Southern Thunder. Great name. White Advocate is here. Eric. Great. And great to see you. Lavish is here. Great to see you. Ivan the Hoverbull is here today. We are loving life. We are loving it. Let me see what this says. Oh, we had a Jay Spurg in the audience. That was. Hey, listen, Jay Spurg. Just go do your Jay Spurgery elsewhere. We've made the arguments, and you have this low IQ, lowbrow take on the world that you can understand. That is your speed. None of this will make sense to you. It's just like when you went into algebra and it didn't make sense. It's just like when you went into chemistry class or biology or whatever it is where you hit your ceiling, okay? Where you hit your ceiling and you're like, this is stupid, right? This is not going to make sense because it's beyond you. Why would you think that the reclamation of our destiny, ending our victimization, would be low IQ enough to fit the learning disabled classes that you were in? Get lost. Go do your Jay Spurgery elsewhere. The debate is over and we won. Who else do we have? We have Ludwig is here. June is here. Hello and welcome, June. The Suwannee River, far, far away. Lady Anglo, there's Yiz, the unifier. Great to see you both. Promethean Kitchen says, I wouldn't be surprised if half of those people that claim to be European or actually black or non-white. I don't know what that was. That the commercial? Simon JJ is here, and Jay as well. They're side by side. Goes together. Let's hear what's being said over there on Fox News.
Welcome back, America. Honestly, one of my scholarly heroes is...
Okay, his scholarly heroes, Rufo. You give people that kind of cred, and they're telling it. This is the conservative side of this is your leader. Schellenberger, they're doing the same thing with that guy. This is your leader. This is your intellectual mind. These are the thinkers. This is where the ideas come from. On the other side, Democrats, people who call themselves leftists, Democrats, etc., they'll be saying these are the real evil leaders, confirming this is psych warfare. None of these people are the real resistance to anti-whiteism, not even in the slightest.
Christopher Rufo. This guy's guts, this guy's brains.
Doesn't that look like a guy with guts and brains?
He knows how to communicate. He has ripped this badge off of what's going on in this country with this American Marxist movement that has insinuated itself into the worst place.
I could see a Girl Scout whooping his ass. Not even one of those Transformer Girl Scouts either. I mean, that would be obvious, right? Beat the living piss out of him.
This is our educational system. He's with the Manhattan Institute, the City Journal. I want to welcome you. Happy New Year, Christopher Rufo. Now, you were really taking a very close look at the former president of Harvard, who will now be a multimillionaire faculty member, Claudine Gay, and you and a colleague of yours helped expose her plagiarism.
Which did nothing. And Just Say No says, going to the gym with no white guilt. That's where you should be. My friend, I'm tearing it up in the gym myself these days. I just keep getting better. It's amazing. Every day that goes by, stronger, fitter, more awesome. Spud Ruckus is here. Great to see you. God's Hammer. God's Hammer. That's nothing like the MC, right? But can you say, does this give you the right to say Hammer time. Do you get to say that? Can you do the little sideways thing with your, what were those idiotic pants he wore where the crotch was down? The crotch was low, but his pants weren't low. Does anybody remember from the Super Bowl? His pants were all the way up at the normal place, this guy. But the crotch was like 2 inches below his knees. And he would do that stupid thing where he would go sideways. Hammer time. It's God's hammer time.
Are you surprised by the extent to which the American media, so-called civil rights leaders, and academia generally has come to her support like a Praetorian Guard?
Okay, well, God, the Praetorian Guard thing. Go to any conservative content, and you can almost make it a drinking game, that they will bring out the Praetorian Guards. There are certain phrases, and they're like the signal phrases of that they are pedantically prattling to you. They're just going to prattle away pedantically because they're so smart. And the break out. You just heard Levin break out the metric for watch me dance around Levin intellectually and Rufo at the same time. They break out the metric, the anti-white metric of the social liberties and this sort of Bravo Sierra, that the anti-whites, they're not being as honest and forthright with their own metric, and so therefore, gotcha, cornered you there. Meanwhile, Levin is like 27 years old, but he's lost so much. This is what he looks like, and his health and everything.
I'm not surprised at all, because Claudine Gay was the symbol of the DEI regime that has conquered American academic life. They prioritize race and sex, or ancestry and anatomy.
What's the problem there with calling it DEI regime? The moment they stop using this title, you've got to re-educate on an entire new entity, an entire new group of people. You have to try to draw connections, and you've seen conservative content creators do that. This person was from the what blah 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 regime.
Over scholarly merit, over fairness, over equality, over every other principle. And so the left had to come to her defense because she represented the top prize. And that's why I fought so hard, both exposing the plagiarism and also putting pressure on Harvard to topple her.
Well, let's see if that's what did it, Rufo. Let's see you do it again. Let's see you do it with a president, even a white male that they would want to get rid of. Looking for any reason. Let's see you duplicate this with a white male, the ultimate prize, that was anti-white, has plagiarized. You know they're out there. You absolutely know they're out there, especially if they're part of one of these privileged groups. You know they're like tippy-toeing down, the corridors at the university. Go ahead and do the same thing again. Let's see a redo, and I bet you nothing will happen. I bet you there'll be no redos. I bet you Rufo is smart enough to know that he wouldn't have any success anywhere else. He wants to just walk in at the moment like that a bison is being pulled down by lions and chase them off with a couple of gun blasts, and then throw the gun aside and then pat the hide while they take photographs of him and say, I pulled this down with my bare hands. Look at all the wounds on it that I inflicted. That's all he's doing.
Because I knew that we were going to expose their contradiction.
Listen to how he's lying to you. He knows he's lying. He knows, and he is giving it to you like, boy, like your proctologist. He is giving it to you, isn't he? He is convinced. He is firm. He is, when he is telling you how he won, this is how we did it. And he knows he's lying. You know he's lying. Look at this. But how many conservative folks out there understand that he's lying?
The symbol of the DEI regime that has conquered American academic life. They prioritize race and sex, or ancestry and anatomy, over scholarly merit, over fairness, over equality, over every other principle. And so
over equality. So Rufo stands for what does equality mean today? Don't get it out of the dictionary. It's in everybody's head. It means white people are victimized. White people need to be victimized because they're born with original sin. They've always sinned. They always are evil. Their ancestors stole everything. And Rufo is for that.
So the left had to come to her defense because she represented the top prize. And that's why I fought so hard, both exposing the plagiarism and also putting pressure on Harvard to topple her, because I knew that we were going to expose their contradictions. We were going to make it very uncomfortable.
Ooh.
And we ultimately forced them to make a choice. Was
Ooh.
Harvard going to
He forced them to make a choice.
prioritize truth or racialist ideology? Ultimately, it became untenable because donors, the American people, and political leaders like Elise Stefanik said that it was not going to.
Talk about opportunism. You see, you see the prey falling, and then you run over there really quick and claim that you did it. It was kind of like that clip I saw of Lil Nicky claiming the big Groyper victory. It's such a example of what they always do. The big Groyper victory, when a congressman that he said in the clip, they didn't even know. They weren't watching, wasn't on their radar, decided to vote against something that they disliked. And they call that a Groyper. That's all Groyper victories are.
Going to be possible for them to continue as they did. And very thankfully, as the beginning of this campaign, certainly not the end, Claudine Gay is now gone. We've exposed the DEI regime, and there's much more to come.
Much more to come.
Let's
Apparently,
see.
Barack
Yeah.
Obama had an invisible hand behind this, and I suspect there's a lot of people on the radical political left and in academia who've been working behind the scenes under the radar.
Looks like Tech Enforces says, have you discontinued your association with Mark Collett? If not, how do you reconcile with his J-focusing commentary? Oh, we had a big divorce sometime back now, and he chose to go with the failed NJP and with Tits Menadeo over yours truly. Of course, Menadeo ended up getting that law passed in Florida to criminalize freedom of speech when it comes to leafleting, and could be dilated to ensnare people like us who only care about white well-being, not victimizing anybody else. That's who Mark chose. So, yeah, he is. There is no association anymore. Bible Spirit of the West is here. Great to see you, brother. He says, still shredding 2016 tax docs with no white guilt. A half an hour. And about halfway done. That's everything should be done with no white guilt.
To defend her and promote her, but she's just the tip of the iceberg, isn't she? Isn't it the fact that Harvard and so many of these universities have a rotten culture within now?
It's called
the way faculty
anti-whiteism.
Hires faculty, the way faculty hires administrators and presidents. This is all incestuous. So this is the tip of the iceberg, and we really need to dig in further.
That's 100% right. I think that Claudine Gay, of course, is the kind of top symbol, the highest academic official in American university.
Jay Spurg in the audience is trying to slander Franklin, saying, if you knew how to read, you'd read about the Frankfurt School. These are the same people who will tell, in the exact same thought, will say that words don't do anything. And then they'll talk about the Frankfurt School. Fucking look, this is just beyond, just not your speed. Go elsewhere where you can be at your speed. This is more than you're capable. Just understand, it's just more than you're capable. We're not in the same, this is the advanced placement.
As the president of Harvard, but by no means is she the exception. And so what I'm going to be doing in the weeks and months going forward is digging into the academic work of other top administrators and scholars and professors at the Ivy League universities to find out exactly how far the rot goes. And we're going to be exposing people who are not living up to these standards and then showing.
Do you think that he is this dumb that he doesn't know that he had no part in pulling down Claudine Gay? That he thinks he's actually going to pull down other presidents for plagiarism?
The American people, who, by the way, give billions of dollars of taxpayer funding each year to these universities, that they should no longer submit, they should no longer simply kowtow to the supposed expertise at places like Harvard.
You'll know, let's put it this way, you will know for sure that he is consciously lying if in what he writes he includes how these plagiarists are also anti-Semitic. Then you'll know for sure that he absolutely is cognizant of what he's doing. There you go. Talk about the gambler. Got to know when to hold 'em, know when to fold 'em. Fit and Healthy is here. Love for all hours will always trump hate for theirs. It always will, my brother. It always will. The Great Fernell, thank you for that. telling what is that? Brownham Nation to tag me. I'll look for that. And No White Girl Clips for that Tekken Forces to tag me as well. That guy that No White Girl Clips, I guess because he didn't tag me, said, quote, "How do you think Europe and the entire white population will act in the next coming years?" Well, it depends on what you mean by the next coming years. I mean, that could be saying the next coming years could be 20 years. It depends on your scale. It could be 100 years. The next coming years, I don't know what that means. Next year, this coming year, and maybe the year after, it will be very similar to the way it is today. The white race, Western kind, Westmen, need to be exposed regularly to the concepts that we promulgate with the Go Free method. That will slowly walk them into a place of serving their individual well-being, which they already want to do, unfortunately to a degree greater than other groups of people, at the expense of their own, will walk them into a place where they will achieve individual well-being by way of group well-being. As that happens, as that expands, more and more white people will come to the defense of our people rather than the maligning of another group of people. And that is game over for the anti-whites. That is total game over. At that moment, it's checkmate. The board is ours. So that's why we need to be promulgating. We need to be treating the meme pathogens with which we are infected, these anti-white ideas, every day or as many days of the week as you can. You need to be doing it every day. It's a practice like working out and eating right. The more you do, the better you get. And we need to be in our communities and online promulgating these concepts so that concepts that are curative contagions, they want to be adopted by people. It's far easier to promulgate them than some random concept that doesn't have the machinery under the hood that these do, and get more and more white. That's why we celebrate these things. It's already changing the way, we've already changed the way our victimization is discussed in every Western nation on planet Earth. No one else has done that ever. A reality. And so here we are today. This is what we need to do. That will change the way white people behave. Otherwise, we will, and I think maybe your question implies that white people are going to act differently as things get worse. No, they will not. We have proof of that everywhere around us, because essentially all cities in the West are time machines. South Africa is a time machine. Rhodesia is a time machine. Whole segments of provinces or states are time machines. How are the white people behaving there? The same way. It doesn't matter how bad it gets. Without a new moral imperative, which we provide with the Go Free method, then white people will behave the exact same way all the way to perdition until it's done. That's a great question. Thank you for that. Do you think the white population will unite within our lifetimes? The same guys at Brownham Nation? It's entirely possible. It's strongly possible, depending upon how you define unite. And being specific about these things is important. But yes, the unity, solidarity, I guess maybe, will there be solidarity in Western kind in our lifetimes? The answer is unequivocally yes, because we are already creating it here. And the implication, I guess, or the premise is that it's on the basis of our biospirit. If it's on the basis of an ethnicity of ours or on a religion of ours, that's not solidarity or unity. That's just something the anti-whites have already defeated, and they will defeat as easily as they did the first time, or easier, because the first time it was composed from its roots. The first time it was organic and real and generational. Linda Hunter is here. Great to see you. The great Lomax. Wonderful to
Yale, Princeton, even Georgetown. But in fact, they should trust their own intuitions, and they should demand that political leaders stop writing a blank check to left-wing racialist ideologues that hate American principles and that hate the taxpayers that subsidize their salaries.
And is it the reaction to all this evidence that these...
Interesting, too, that you get to be on Levin if you promise not to use anti-whiteism.
People hate merit. They hate real competition. That they really are advancing a hardcore, in my view, Marxist ideological agenda. I mean, some of the people Gaye stole from were black. She stole from...
It's so lame. God, it's lame. How can Levin still do this? I guess the money's good, you know? When the money's that good and you can pay off your doctors, you can pay for everything, then you could still, but how many years can you keep saying the same lousy, meaningless, useless tripe? It's the Marxism and it's the problem.
From Carol Swain. Yet Carol Swain doesn't get the kind of laudatory coverage that Gaye does.
No shit, because she doesn't hate white people. Open your eyes. She doesn't want to victimize white people. Look at what she just said. She even came on with us.
And yet Gaye stealing from Swain for her writings and so forth. And she's not the only minority that Gaye stole from.
Lady
how come Jake Tapper? How come Al
Anglo.
Sharpton? How come Joe Scarborough? How come none of them are coming to the defense of people who had their intellectual property stolen from them and then used as a lie to create, in effect, Claudine Gay's so-called scholarship?
Well, for two reasons. One, because Carol Swain, the great black scholar, former professor at Princeton.
God, now he's just getting sycophantic. It's so gross and it's uncomfortable. I feel uncomfortable. It's like when I see a conservative content creator organization leader kissing up, ass kissing a non-white person. It's like watching a dog hump a person's leg. It's like very uncomfortable. I just want the owner to punch the animal away. You know what I mean? Like, why haven't you punched it away yet? That's what I want non-white people to do, the conservative leaders, when they do this.
Princeton and then Vanderbilt is a conservative. She believes in colorblind equality. She opposes affirmative action. And so among left-wing scholars, both black and white, Carol Swain is an apostate. She's a defector from this ideology. She has to be put away. She has to be denied and ignored. And so it's totally justified in their view for someone like Claudine Gay to steal from Carol Swain. And the second thing, I mean, you know, to be blunt about it, the same kind of principles that you see in black-on-black violence in inner cities, you see in this black-on-black plagiarism at Harvard.
Says it perfectly that Rufo is all about getting conservatives to oppose white identity. It is all about, with so many of these conservative content creators, org leaders, it's all about getting white people to reject our own victimization and to stay radical, fanatical, selfish individualists.
Totally excused because it doesn't fit in with the left-wing narrative that, according to critical race theory, for example, only whites or whiteness can serve as an oppressive force, and all crimes that take.
So here he is. He's actually saying that according to the anti-whiteism, white people are the problem, and yet won't defend white people.
Away from the power of the supposed white power structure should not only be forgiven, but they should be actually encouraged, subsidized, and justified. And so I'm not surprised at all. We've seen that Harvard sacrificed its core.
So here's the argument that they make, but that's not what really they're doing. No, it's all about harming non-white people and their chances.
Principles on the altar of DEI, and whoever's hurt, whether it's Carol Swain, whether it's the great Professor Ronald Sullivan or Roland Fryer.
Okay, is Ronald Sullivan or Roland Fryer non-white? Somebody tell me. I gotta know. I gotta know. Because this guy is like a beagle, and he's just humping away. And the owner's just like, yeah, go ahead. Have at my leg. Go ahead. It's like the owner is Fox News. The owner's like a Fox News. It's like a person with a television and it says Fox across the face of it. And it's like, that's a good boy. You liked humping my leg? That's a good boy. Hump away. So we had Lady Anglo and Anglo-Saxon. I see the names together. Very cool. Azimuth Clark is here. Al Heindel is here. Wonderful to see you all. Ludwig. Wonderful to see Ludwig. Sapphire Blue says no to one or both of these people. Are they both not non-white or are non-white?
These are black professors at Harvard who were.
Oh! Oh my God! Whoa! Whoa! Are they really? Boy, look at his mouth. I know when he does this with his mouth, where he's on. It's his knees, ladies and gentlemen. He's on his knees. These are black professors. Yeah, Rufo. Yeah, get down on your knees, buddy. These are black professors, and I'm just gonna lick up and down their legs. I'm gonna hump away. It's like a little beagle. It's like a little beagle that, you know, and beagles, they never shut up with that sound, that god-awful sound they make. That's what Rufo's voice is. That's what he's doing right there. He's howling like a beagle. Let me hump your leg. Let me hump their legs.
Trashed and tarnished by Claudine Gay. All of that is forgiven because Claudine Gay is a reliable and dutiful servant of the DEI regime.
When we come back, Christopher Rufo, doesn't this also explain that our college campuses are really throwbacks to racism
First
and
Lancer's
segregation
here.
based on race and based on faith? And doesn't it also demonstrate how our admissions policies have been destroyed, Harvard among them, discrimination based on race? When we come back, Christopher Rufo, doesn't this also explain that our college campuses are really throwbacks to racism and segregation based on race and based on faith? And
we are so much better at anti-whiteism than the anti-whites. You know, I get the feeling with Levin, though, not with Rufo. I get the feeling with Levin that if I were sitting privately with him, and maybe our cell phones are gone, it's just me and Levin, that he would speak the truth. That he'd be like, all right, look, I'm going to give it to you straight. Rufo, no.
Doesn't it also demonstrate how our admissions policies have been destroyed, Harvard among them, discriminating openly and blatantly against Asian Americans and so forth? Aren't these the new...
Openly and blatantly. Meanwhile, these universities are full of Asians. Absolutely full. How many more Asians do you want? How many more Asians do you want at the university? Like openly and discriminating against them. Far more. There are more. Last time I looked at the data, and maybe I'm wrong. Check it out for yourself. Check it out for yourself. Get multiple sources of information, because that's what we do here. But the last time I looked at the data, there were far more Asians, percentage-wise, at these elite universities than they are represented in the population. Far more. And there are far more blacks, far more Jews. The only group that's underrepresented is white. So what do you mean the massive discrimination against Asians? Wherever there has been a little incident of it, immediately Asians are able to use the anti-white orthodoxy, anti-whiteism that we live under to say, what are you doing? We're non-white. And immediately it's corrected. Immediately. And how does it happen? It's not because anybody has bad opinions about Asian people. It's not because people are being discriminatory against Asian people. No, it's just like, what's the guy's name? Arvind, was it Krish? Is it Krishna? Is it really? The president of IBM, Arvind. Everybody knows there's, Asians are not underrepresented. Krishna. Everybody knows. So what they're trying to do is, well, we want to get more Hispanics. We want to get more. And we're taking giant chunks away from the white population. It's getting really obvious. Is there anywhere else that we can pull anybody out so that we can fit a few more of the Hispanics in? But isn't it great we have the border, no border, with all of these Hispanics and the kinds of countries that they make? Isn't that great? And and then they end up taking a few Asians out, hordes of white people. They take a few Asians. By the way, these Asian groups, they say nothing about the anti-whiteism. Nothing. They're not coming forward and saying, holy shit, anti-whiteism is the reason why some of us have been discriminated against. A tiny few compared to all the white people getting discriminated against. No, they don't say that. They just show up for Asians. So don't you dare tell me, come out and defend the couple of Asians that have suffered it.
Entities that use the tactics of the old South applied to Marxist principles.
Talk about that insult right there. The tactics of the old South. You mean the institutions we built and then slowly allowed non-whites to participate in, and we didn't turn them all over and turn over all of our white women fast enough. Levin, you anti-white pig.
Principles, and then oppose them on
you.
the American people. I'll ask you this again when we return. I'll be right back.
Is Levin a big supporter of Israel? Are they turning things over fast enough to the Arabs? I mean, I don't know if he's one of these that are against Israel or for Israel, because there is that divide. What time is it? I think we've had enough of this. You know what? We've got that movie to take a look at. And we also have this new anti-white movie, another anti-white movie called American Fiction, coming out in 2024. Man, just they're throwing everything at us. This is like the shotgun tactic of anti-whiteism, buckshot tactic. They're just blowing through. We also have this died for our sins. What are our white children being taught? And as well as this AI talking about beauty, and a very curious conclusion that it comes to when it comes to white beauty, that it's multiracial, and that's what makes us beautiful. Really? So we'll have to check that out as well. All of that, and of course your comments, and we'll do some Twitter space tonight as well. Let me go ahead and pull up this clip from the libs of TikTok, and this is from this new movie, American Fiction.
Me too.
Says here, this is a scene from a new movie called American Fiction. Two characters demonize white people and discuss how happy they are that they aren't white. And then, unfortunately, she, libs of TikTok, writes anti-white racism. It is anti-whiteism. Anti-whiteism. Come on, libs of TikTok. It's anti-whiteism. Just like anti-Semitism, this is anti-whiteism. You know what anti-Semitism is. You're a Jewish woman. This is anti-whiteism. Is the only kind of discrimination that's allowed and celebrated. She's 100% right. God bless her for that. Let's hear what these two black women playing, I believe, black female characters in this movie, what they have to say about being white.
Oh, what a perfect timing. This is Coraline.
Hello, dear. I'm Agnes.
Okay.
I'm happy you're not white. Me too.
Well. I wonder if I wrote a movie or just like a trailer with a movie that was never made, where the son brings the girlfriend to the white mother, and the mother's like, I'm happy that you're not non-white. And she's like, me too. I wonder what would happen. Well, that's not my point. That would be the point of the idiots out there. That is a demonstration of anti-whiteism in the world, which gets me the opportunity to introduce those concepts, just like it gets you, I'm talking to you, the opportunity to introduce the concepts that liberate us from anti-whiteism. Let me go ahead and pull up the actual trailer, because it's filth, full of anti-whiteism, as you probably have guessed. MLK died for our sins. And you wonder if white children are being harmed today and in years past. Here goes the trailer.
How did you come to write this book?
What really struck me was that too few books were about my people. Where are our stories? Where's our representation?
Now, this is really fascinating, the idea for this movie, because it is that this black guy is this brilliant writer, and he can't get a single thing purchased. But these race hustling anti-white morons are out there in the world, and they're getting their books published. They're driving the Maserati away from the interview where they're celebrated. White people fawn over them. Anti-white white people fawn all over them. So this guy decides he's going to have a little joke. He's going to write one of these low IQ, inner city sounding books about his people, and then see. And it ends up being a big hit. And now he's got to deal with the moral dilemma that it's fraud. He's a fraud. And how does this play out in the anti-white
narrative. If you think it's going to play out in a way that benefits us, interpretations that benefits us, you're wrong. You're wrong. Of course, it's going to bolster anti-whiteism and anti-white outcomes. It's going to give, especially white women out in the world, an idea about what's going on in the little bitty hearts of these just so wrongly put upon, long-suffering black males in the world. Don't you know? So wrongly injured and long-suffering black males in the world, 6% of the population on every single channel, and etc. Everywhere you look, millionaires everywhere you look, billionaires. But they're wrong. They're long-suffering. They're just so put upon, and nothing goes right for them in their little bitty hearts. It's going to show them what they feel, how they hurt, and that it really is white people's fault that things turn out this way for them.
Would you give us the pleasure of reading an excerpt?
Yo, Sharonda, girl, you be pregnant again? If I is.
And then the white people are really portrayed as the total imbeciles here. If I is. Sorry, I grew up outside Washington, D.C. I know the lingo, the Washington, D.C. lingo, at least.
Ray Ray is going to be a real father this time around.
Oh, look. Then the white woman stands up right first in the crowd, demonizing white people as obviously brain dead, simpletons, etc. Anti-whiteism continuing.
Monk, your books are good, but they're not popular. Editors, they want a black book.
They have a black book. I'm black, and it's my book.
You know what I mean.
Look at what they publish. Look at what they expect us to write.
Look at what they publish. Look at what they expect us to write. You know, I can actually sympathize a little bit with this character because in the white sympathetic sphere, what they want is not what is good for them. What they want is the lowest IQ, the lowest common denominator, stuff that is deleterious and harmful for them. And for that, they will pay. If you will tell them that their crutch is legitimate, they will pay. They will praise. They will be there for you. If you say, take responsibility, and that's not accurate at all, they will slander you. They will say that you are horrible things. They will assassinate your character.
I just want to rub their noses in it.
You know, it makes me want, maybe I should do the same thing. Wouldn't that be funny? Under another like assumed name, give these absolute tards what they want and make a shit ton of money off of them. Wouldn't that be funny? I promise you, I could create something that all of these idiots, these consumers of just tell me that my prejudices are legitimate, that they would buy, make a ton of money off them, and then turn around and say, ah!
I'd be standing outside in the night.
Deadbeat dads, rappers, crack. You said you wanted black stuff. That's
I'd be standing out in the night. There'd be crack and rappers. You want black people's stuff. And this character is like the guy's playing a highbrow, highly educated black guy. And so he's having to deign to do this.
Black, right?
I see what you're doing. We sold your book.
No.
We believe Mr. Lee has written a bestseller.
It's a joke. The most lucrative joke you've ever told.
Now, is Stag a pseudonym?
Yeah. Mr. Lee can't use his real name.
Is this based on your actual life?
It should be a comedy. Then, you know, then it would be maybe some redeeming characteristics.
Yeah, you think...
Did you see him trying to break it down?
Some bitch-ass college boy can come up with that shit?
No, I don't.
You can. This is the real world, though, in all seriousness. White people, because of anti-whiteism, I guess first of all, this gullibility that is innate to white people, just this absolute dumb booby gullibility is just unreal in the white population. If you've ever worked in sales, you know it. The the highest percentage of a high percentage of non-white people, they're always like, I don't know, that seems like bullshit. White people are just like, oh, okay, I'll buy that all the time. And you're not even using anti-whiteism. Then on top of that, you put anti-whiteism, and that's the truth. Just challenge any white authority figure on any point that
in some way tangentially touches upon the immoral moral imperative of anti-whiteism, that social morality, and they capitulate immediately. So the white woman, when he's like, you think some bitch ass could write this, she's like, nope, whatever, submit to you. And if they were in each other's presence, she'd probably flop on her back to submit.
Can I ask what
Real, not as in the movie.
you were in for? Was it murder? You said that.
The white guy, absolutely as imbecilic, gullible, and easily pushed over. He'd probably take this guy home to his wife.
Not me.
They ran 300,000 copies. Your books change people's lives.
They're offering $4 million for the movie rights.
Yes! The dumber I behave, the richer I get. This has gone too far.
The white guy is more like ghetto there. And on top of that, a loser.
Charlie is still on the run for authority.
And the black guy's like, I'm uncomfortable acting like this magical Negro movie. So you should stop being this way, white guy.
You haven't done anything. It's not like they can arrest you.
Wish I could go back to not selling books.
Is it bad to cater to people's taste?
People want to love you, Monk. You should.
Is it bad? There's the moral argument right there of the movie. Is it bad to cater to their taste? Well, it depends. It doesn't it? What are you trying to do? This guy's just trying to make money. This character in this movie is just trying to make money off of them. It's not like us. We had a very easy moral response, and that was, I'm not going to give them what they want to buy. I'm going to give them what they need. And I'll make the argument. We'll make the argument, and we'll let the chips fall where they may. Unfortunately, the chips fall out in a very negative way for their characters and their just status as economic consumers. But it is what it is.
Let them love all of you.
There's already so much buzz because of the movie deal.
Michael B. Jordan is circulating.
We want to put him on the cover in one of those
Oh my God, please. Please. Every movie has to have a white guy with a set of little tiny wings on his back. What the fuck? It's like a trope now. Not only does there have to be the white guy who is the dickless, empty-headed goober, but also this.
scarves, I guess you would call them, tied around his head.
A do-rag?
Do-rag, that's it. Do-rag and a tank top with the muscles showing.
Something called the fire department.
Welcome to America.
We're thinking we can get it out in time for Juneteenth.
We can get a what?
We're thinking we can get it out in time for Juneteenth.
Oh, get it out in time for Juneteenth. Well, this Juneteenth, it's actually going to come out then. No, December. Okay, whatever. American Fiction is the name of the movie. And you can see that black people, according to the movie, and white anti-whites will come away from watching this garbage with the conclusion that behaving in this particular way, this peculiarity, is an act. There's no differences between them and us. Everybody's the same. There are no biospirits. Everybody's the same. It's just an act. And once you get to know them, you discover that under the dude rag and the crack rock is a very highbrow, intellectual black man. Just waiting, and a kindly father and a caregiver, just waiting for his chance to be loved. That's all. That's what the movie is teaching. There'll be a ton of white, anti-white women that will go watch this and then browbeat the shit out of the white guys that they date. Won't that be nice? Who died for our sins, ladies and gentlemen? I would think the Christians would be extraordinarily angry about this. How do white children come to these kinds of conclusions? Video I found, and you are going to get to see here in just a moment. But first, I'm going to take a look at the live chat just for a moment to see if there's anything being said. Faces is here. Hey, we're going free. This is the Going Free gatherings on Sundays. We're here every Sunday, 5 p.m. Eastern time. Make sure you're here. We're on YouTube, and that's where I want everybody to be, but we're everywhere. We try to be everywhere. Let folks know that we're live right now. Give the gathering a like. That would help me out a lot. I'd appreciate it. And share. That would help me out a lot. I would appreciate it. But let folks know that we are here. This is about training. Some entertainment involved. I do my best. But this is about training. This is about becoming a better you in a very real, tangible way. Not about exuberance that ignores the pain in our lives long enough to make it into a piece of a commercial for the work that we're doing. No, this is about real, tangible change. Those who do the work, just like working out, get the results. I see Jay Bishop is here. Davey is here. We have Coconut is here. Great to see you all. As I said, Face, Just Say No says, he's a little light in the loafers. Yes, I would say so, isn't he? I would definitely say so. The Great First Last and TJ, Matt, Dennis are all here. Tomb of Arminius. Tomb of Arminius. And as I mentioned, shouted through the audio, the great Lomax Designs. And we're going to celebrate him a little bit later for the great contribution that he has made to white well-being. God bless you, brother. God bless you. White Advocate, White Calling. I love the names. Tag me with No White Guilt if you would like me to see what you have to say. Slaughtz is requesting Mama Lahar's Go Free song be played tonight. Boy, I would have to find it. We might have to request it for next time. Oh, but you know what I noticed? I can see your comments. Oh, it worked, my friend, didn't it? It worked. Fantastic. That's fantastic news. Over there at Rumble, let me see if there's anybody who has tagged me. No one has tagged me. Hey, if you want to get my attention over there, tag me as No White Guilt. And we're going to keep rolling here. We'll be getting to, in just a little bit, our swashing celebration, all the successes we're having, which will begin with the honors roll call and the All-Stars as well. We want you to be present for that. A little bit later, we're going to talk about our Go Free lesson of the day, which I'm going to give you all opportunity to tag me with your thoughts on, and maybe you could get those thoughts ready right now. The differences between playing the victim and being a victim, and how do we deal with people who are saying, it's usually conservative types, but it can be explicit white sympathetics as well. We're going to be sharing some content creators as well before the night is over. And as I said, we are going to be with you all on a Twitter space. Well, you will have an opportunity. You can also request a call from me on Skype, but the Twitter space will be up a little bit later, and we will bring people in who would like to have a conversation, ending promptly at 9:30 p.m. Eastern time. But before we get there, it looks like Jay Bishop has said, read Ivan's comment. He said, why does liking oh my gosh, I could not interpret what that even, like, my mind was so far away from that. I have no answer for that. I do not know. I don't know. I tell you, I have known guys that were attracted to women and not guys who didn't have a father or grew up with a father that was present, but the mother totally dominated. And they were very effeminate mannered and voices and everything. One guy was a fabulous dancer, ballroom dancing. And he specifically trained women at ballroom dancing. And he said, Jason, it is the best way to pick up women like you'd never believe.
and the women are they have great bodies. Nobody's going to come out there that is in bad shape, and or they get into shape from doing it. And it was amazing. Women would come, and he would just demonstrate this ballroom dance. It's fabulous. It was fabulous. But you would if you just met him, you wouldn't know that this guy was like going through women at the ballroom dance. What would they call that? Ballroom, I guess. Theater. So you don't always know. Henry says, do you think Donald Trump will promote white well-being? No, but there's a but here. And the but is that he will, to some degree, more so in some areas, less so in others, get in the way of anti-whiteism. However, that's not what's important. What's important is that the avatar of Donald Trump, and which is invoked, which is enlivened by his presence, by him speaking, by seeing him, by etc., engenders in the white population in these United States, but also in white countries around the world, incipient notions of us, incipient notions of ours. It is those incipient notions of us and ours that we can use and will use to magnify white well-being. So if you wanted to kind of do the math in a tricky way, then ultimately, yes, he will help white well-being. Will he go out and say, we're going to do X for white well-being? No, that's not going to happen. Might he say, because of Donald Trump Jr., because of us, might he end up saying something like anti-whiteism is a big problem in America? Yes, he might end up saying that. Might he talk about white erasure? Yes, he might say that. These are things that we have to keep pushing for. We got to keep pushing the concepts that liberate Western kind. And by doing so, and we can demonstrate, benefit everyone of all races and groups and backgrounds who live in Western civilization. Great question. Thank you so much. TJ says, hello. Slaughtz celebrating that with a change I made that worked. Anglo-Saxon giving some pumping fists for the awesome gathering that we're having here today. Let's go ahead and bring up something that is really heartbreaking, I'm afraid. And, well, that's me. Why did I come up on the screen there? Let's try this again. Let's see if we can make this happen. Come on, don't give me any problems now. Nope, that's the trailer. And suddenly all things that we need disappear. Isn't that a curious thing? You know what I think I've got to do is maybe if I do this. Maybe if I do this, it will free us up some screen. Give me some screen, baby. How did that end up way over there? I would have never found it. Give me some screen. Let's see if it works. It worked. It worked. Yes. It worked. All right. Check it out. Look at this beautiful little girl. Absolutely beautiful. I ask in my tweet, I say staged ? It's up for you to decide whether or not it is staged. This is what's being done to white children, though. I'm not saying that the white girl was specifically taught this, but the narrative, you remember in my book, Crucible, a nonfiction story about how I dedicated my life between 11 and 13 years of age, 7th and 8th grade in the United States here, to white well-being, to freeing Western kind of anti-whiteism so that our
powerful spirit could come out of us into the world. That I knew if I could help to unlock that, we would recapture our destiny. These anti-whiteism is taught to inflicted on us from cradle to grave. And every generation is worse. Every generation is more victimized. Every generation is suffering from more white noir. And when given these anti-whiteisms, i.e. meme pathogens, when given these things, they situate themselves in our subconscious mind in a way that comes together holistically as the anti-white narrative. And connections are made that are intended, but not necessarily spoken. Does that make sense? I say, is this staged? This is what they're doing to white children. I wrote about it in Crucible, Child Patriot American Victory. If you want to do more than complain about it, check us out. Let's listen to what this little girl has to say here. Now, she has a sister or mother or aunt videotaping this little girl. Look at her in her beautiful little pink jacket from school, asking her what she did in school today. Again, it doesn't appear to be staged. Is it staged? I don't know. This is what is happening to white children, though.
About in school? Martin Luther King Jr. Martin Luther King Jr. What'd he do? He died for our sins. No, that was about.
I don't know how the sound was. If that blew your ears out, I apologize. It was loud here. What was the sound like? First of all, lavish, absolutely. Thank you so much for saying that. Protect white children. She is an adorable little girl. This little girl put together as a consequence of her intelligence. You see, the average moron will look at this little girl and think, oh, she's dumb. She's made a grievous error. No, she's bright. And she came to the outcome the anti-whites wanted her to come to. Do you remember in Crucible, if you read it? If you haven't read it, shame on you. Learn to read. In Crucible, I came to the conclusion, nonfiction, while I was there at school, that they had replaced Jesus Christ and Lucifer with Martin Luther King and Hitler. And I didn't know anything about Hitler other than what they told me. And I didn't know how much of that was true when I saw that what they told me was a service to victimizing us. Maybe it's all true. Maybe they're not saying the half of it. I didn't know and also did not care. What I cared about was our victimization. Good and evil had their names and faces changed for the white population. This little girl is extremely bright. She is learning in hushed tones about MLK. Now, whatever MLK was even, whatever he actually meant and represented and wanted to be, I don't care. Rearview mirror. What he is today, what he is for every new generation of white children is, for a time and to a degree, the face of anti-whiteism. The in your face representation of the evil of the white race. And so this little girl, learning Christianity and about Jesus Christ dying for our sins, very intelligently confused what was meant to be confused, the stories. This is not like, oh, it's just she got a little hiccup in her thinking or something. She confused like Wednesday's Bible study with what they were just talking about. No, the same gravity, if not more gravity, is used when talking about MLK in association with the evil of the white race, and all he wants is the suffering of non-white people to stop. Why won't white people stop this hurting all the non-white people of the world? That's what it's given to us as. That's what we are browbeaten with as babies. That's what we're browbeaten with. That why won't you stop? Why won't you get in the way? If you're white, why won't you get in the way of other white people victimizing us? Here was this courageous preacher. The tones, the hushed tones, are more hushed. The tones are more tonal when they talk about MLK than when they talk about Jesus Christ at church. They won't even let you mention Jesus Christ at school anymore. And depending upon the religious school, it depends upon their particular view of Jesus and how you'll be able to talk about Jesus Christ. But when they bring up Martin Luther King, it's the same. It's the same obeisance. It's the same condemnation. It's the same original sin as a little white baby, this little beautiful girl, poisoned as a baby. What happens if you study Go Free? What happens with those earliest infections? They become inseparable from our identity. Do you hear me? Do I have to say it again? The earliest anti-white poisons that we are infected with, this little beautiful angel she's infected with, the earliest infection becomes inseparable from our identity. You can't even know yourself without these memories. Good God. How does that not make you volcanic with rage? She can't know a day, can't live a moment of her life with an identity that isn't infected, that isn't of itself anti-whiteisms, anti-white concepts that she can never escape. What's going to happen in her life now? How is she going to live her life? With what deep white guilt will she feel every waking moment? Subconsciously and often consciously. How many decisions is she going to make with dating, with friends that she supports, friends that she condemns, colleagues and co-workers she supports and condemns, the hiring of this and the firing of that, the promoting of this and the demotion of that? How many aspects of her life is this going to affect? And therefore, how many other white lives is she going to affect negatively? And those white lives affecting hers negatively. Anti-whites deserve to be burned at the stake for this. Metaphorically, burned at the stake. You want to fucking talk to me about black kids not having enough cell phones and not having the clothes as nice as the richest white people, and healthcare as good as the richest white people, and midnight basketball, and not enough team sports for them, and not enough bending over backwards for you. Want to talk about that? Not enough of the nicest iPads for school. That's why they're not doing good. How about the Hispanics? Same shit. And they're doing this to white babies. Listen to that again.
Out in school. Martin Luther King Jr. Martin Luther King Jr. What'd he do? He died for our sins. No, that.
This is the conclusion that white children come to always and everywhere when they are reared in anti-whiteism, when they are reared within the anti-white narrative, always and everywhere. This is the victimization we have to stop. This right here is worse than gang rape, pedophilia, ritualistic torture and murder, all in one. Because this will affect the entire arc of her life and all the lives of those around her. Never knowing a day without the white guilt. He died for our sins. This is what white people actually think. This is what white children, if those studies that I wanted to do were allowed to take place, they could get the funding instead of all the stupidity getting the funding. We'd have had the data of this. This is what white children, you know how I know? Because I remember vividly my childhood and vividly speaking to my friends, my peers, and extracting for them the conclusions that I knew that they were drawing, because those were the intended conclusions to draw. Those were the only conclusions that could be drawn. And those were the same conclusions that I came to and rejected. And that's why I innocently asked what they were doing, the anti-whites, my teachers, the guidance counselors, the principals. This is madness. This is not something to laugh at. This is not something to say, oh, poor little, I put this out there and there are conservatives out there and they treat this as like some little silly nothing. No black parent would treat this as a silly nothing. No Jew parent would treat this as a silly nothing. If it were the condemnation and demonization of their people coming out of the mouths of their children as a new religion to destroy themselves. Only white people are this inept. And that's why we have to bring them by way of these concepts to a healthier place, a healthier world. This has got to stop. This is the kind of thing, if you want to talk, and this is the kind of thing that you also notice doesn't get any attention. I paid for this thing to be pushed on Twitter. Only 36,000. Why doesn't this get attention? Why? Because fucking selfish, individualistic white people are looking for the bee's nest to complain about. They're looking for the blacks to say, oh, look at them, fill in the blank. They're looking for the Jews to say, oh, look at them, fill in the blank, because they're selfish pieces of shit. They want to rage. They want to have anger. They want it to be a hatred of these other groups of people. Well, I tell you what, my friend, your hatred is nothing but being a pussy. Because you want to see real rage. You want to see people go to the mat. It's always motivated by love. And it is my love for my people that when I see something like this, I am volcanic. I don't need to condemn an entire group of people. I don't even want to. I don't even want to think about them. I want to think about our victimization. That's what I want to put it into. So you got to be able to see yourself here. You got to be able to get this right. Something like this should make you far angrier than seeing a white person jumped by a bunch of blacks, or seeing a Jewish person like Aikman say he's going to get all of these presidents fired because they were nasty to Jews. So look at across the white sympathetic sphere. They're frothing with that kind of shit. We're the only people that get this right. Not a word about this. This should have 10 million views. If white people gave a shit, think about the white population. Implicit, explicit, white sympathetics. 50 million views it should have on Twitter. 50 million. But white people don't give a shit about ours. And that's what's got to change. You know who else and what else doesn't give a shit? It's AI that everybody's getting ready to turn everything over to. They think we'll come to all the answers or all the conclusions. AI discoveries exploring what individuals look like across the globe. Amidst the intricate tapestry of humanity, a beauty. Or how would AI read it? What would their voice be like? Beauty knows no bounds, each corner. Or is that like 70s sci-fi? Of our world weaves its own narrative of beauty. Okay, each corner of the world weaves its own narrative of beauty, a distinct aesthetic language shaped by the interplay of history, culture, and geography. I'm like going through a swamp. This is the morass of purple prose. As we embark on this digital odyssey, we invite you to journey with us across the nations, guided by impartial discernment. And there's the AI thing. It's impartial. Everywhere that this comes up, we need to battle it. There's nothing impartial about anything created by man. Nothing. Into conversation. Nothing. It's never going to think outside the bounds of what its creators give it. Ever. Ever. We invite you to journey with us across the nations, guided by the impartial, discerning gaze of artificial intelligence. And so, if we allow the white population to accept that AI is impartial, if we allow that premise to be accepted at all, the anti-whites will use it in meme pathogenic work to get to outcomes that victimize us. The anti-white said you should be AI said you should be discriminated against. It's not anti-white. It's impartial. It's how we create justice on earth. The artificial intelligence, you're not as smart as, just look at how fast it can do pi. Can you do pi that fast? Can you do pi past 3 digits? No. So here we have AI representation. From the sun-drenched shores of Australia to the enigmatic wonders of Saudi Arabia, from the kaleidoscope of diversity in Brazil to, and that's what we really don't want to be in the West, a kaleidoscope of diversity. Thank you. No, thank you. No, thank you. Want to be white and Western, not a kaleidoscopic, like I'm checked out on hardcore drugs type of society. No, thank you. We'll immerse ourselves in the myriad facets of beauty. Will it be the radiant smile of an Irish belle, the confident grace of a Jamaican stunner, or perhaps the unique style of a pioneering Filipina that piques AI's interests? There's only one way to uncover the answer. Join us for this thrilling adventure. As I add Mr. Malaysia. As beauty ideals in Malaysia have evolved over time, they now encompass. Has anybody seen AI talking about beauty before? It's a fascinating thing to see a machine tell us exactly what its programmers told it to say. I must say. Okay. They now encompass features like large eyes in Malaysia, a petite nose, a V-shaped face, and a slender physique. However, it's essential to grasp the inherently subjective nature of the so in Malaysia, it's the V-shaped face, the large eyes, the petite nose. This is the beauty of Malaysia. However, it's essential to grasp the inherent subjective nature of these standards. Beauty is deeply personal, is a deeply personal concept. I mean, how just cliche. And its definition varies from one person to another, as the age-old Malaysian saying goes, beauty comes from within, is rooted in self-esteem and self-love. So we hear the beauty in the eye of the beholder, and I've changed that, my friends, to pulchritude is in the eye of the beholder, because when we always talk about beauty being in the eye of the beholder, what we mean is ugliness. Pulchritude is a word that means lovely or beautiful that is itself ugly. So that's the appropriate word to use. Pulchritude is in the eye of the beholder. And here you have this Malaysian rendering here by the AI. There she is, and she's in perfect shape and boobies. The image portrays a woman who aligns with the current beauty norms in Malaysia. Sun-kissed skin, striking eyes, and a slender silhouette. It's like they're selling a Mercedes. Yet beauty transcends the physical realm and is deeply intertwined with an individual's unique character and personality. While a society's beauty ideals may exert their influence, it's paramount to nurture self-love and cherish one's distinctiveness, allowing the true inner radiance to shine through. Translation: you uglies are pretty too. Now, Denmark. In Denmark, the concept of beauty takes on a refreshing twist, placing a premium on self-assuredness and inner allure rather than fixating on physical attributes. Seemed like a kind of an odd detour there, didn't it? In Denmark, the concept of beauty takes on a refreshing twist, placing a premium on self-assuredness and inner allure rather than fixating on physical attributes. The Danish ideal of beauty is embodied by an aura of self-confidence and the radiant glow of charisma. And it says inner charisma, but that's too retarded for me to say. Like, where is outer charisma? I mean, that enhances the charm of a Danish woman. Their emphasis on well-being shines through in healthy skin and lustrous hair. You know, oddly enough, as I look, I'm not seeing here inner confidence. I'm seeing a depiction of a hot white woman, though. I'm seeing very attractive high cheekbones and jawline, high forehead, distinctive lips, and I'm really not seeing that charisma. Isn't that curious? What else do they say about white women? What sets Danish beauty apart is its inclusivity, transcending specific age brackets, body shapes, skin tones. It's all about embracing oneself and exuding self-assuredness. I think they're selling some Lululemons for all of that embracing of oneself and inner beauty. This celebration of diversity and individuality transforms Denmark. Aren't we lucky? It transforms our people into a place where everyone can discover their unique brand of beauty, In other words, ugliness, and revel in it. Well, like I said, there is a Lululemon for that. They're coming out with the Kevlar thigh Lululemon very soon, and you'll be able to stop complaining. And with that, be right back. Drowning in the argument, the anti-white says, what exactly is anti-white? You have got to be animated with the righteous passion of reclaiming our destiny. We are the heroes of this era.
The hardest thing about being a Westman is everyone saying you're persecuted much less than. Meanwhile, they hide all of the torture you've been through and all the persecution modern day that continues. We need to retribalize and give our family jobs. And if another race does the same all for the cause, get back to living life how it's supposed to be lived, where culture can survive and there is no conflict. Continue diversity is an insane way of life, and children not seeing races of the biggest lies. This goes beyond me, I am defending my son. And if you don't have any children, you still father every one of these kids who need protection. So objection to the flood, immigration, devastation, all our nations rise above. The flame doesn't die when you pass on the torch, so use it to shine light to help these kids know their worth. These wonderful little minds are all that we have, and once we pass on, I'm unsure if we'll come back. So I'm living for today and focus on the fact that this is for the future, yeah, the cubs of the pack.
This thing that's facing us is bigger than escaping us. When we're gone, life continues, so stay safe,
And in most countries they don't allow you to homeschool, but raising a child is supposed to be a home stew. It's clear as all get out that they want to indoctrinate a better environment away from you. It's just not the case. You know your child better than anyone does, and you will not be alone, cause we've been rebuilding us. Shout out to School of the West, Dean Danger's the best. When it comes to good curriculum, it's where to select. When it comes down to the children, we cannot hold our breath. Get them away from degenerates, flashing violence and sex. Like I said, re-travelized and start building next. The Westman Library emergency is not a test, we need you. Vocal team stop.
This thing that's facing us is bigger than escaping us. When we're gone, life continues, so stay save the children.
Get ready to celebrate, ladies and gentlemen. It is swashbuckling celebration time. Get out the Walrus emojis. The 007s. Let me know if you can hear me and the crowd okay. The cheering is going. We're going to celebrate quickly, and then we're going to get back to our conversation. And the news we have, we're beginning with the beginning of the month, celebrating those who financially gift on a monthly basis. Without even giving a thought to it, these are the honors roll call. The platforms that you use for that purpose are in the description below. And we begin with the All-Stars in the honors roll call. And that is at the very top of the All-Stars, Promethean Healing. Make sure he hears it, ladies and gentlemen. Next down, but still in the All-Stars, we have Joseph in the All-Stars. We have No White Guilt Clip in the All-Stars as well. Let them know you love them. Raucous emojis, ladies and gentlemen. Big celebration, swashbuckling flags. We also have in the All-Stars, user 5728 is over there, and also is Mother of Victory is in the All-Stars segment as well. And continuing with the rest of the honors roll call, we have Happy Cat. We have Brad C. We have King Petra. Save Western Civilization Now. Wing It is there. All-Star is there. GDA is over there. Greg is there as well. And we have Mr. Walker. Xana Zach are both there. Maverint, as well as user 15BB. Tamara is there. Promethean The Reckoning. Your LG is there, as well as Joseph and June are also over there. And we have user 58-2B is there, as well as Hartman. And rounding out the rest of the honors roll call, ladies and gentlemen, we have these three. We have Hendrickson is in the honors roll call, as well as Riot is over there. Riot Skid and Maximilian in the honors roll call. Ladies and gentlemen, on some of these platforms, You could choose as little as $1 a month, $5 a month, whatever you want to. You can go all the way up. Big salutes to these champions on the honors roll call. So much is indebted to you. God bless every single one of you. Honors roll call and all stars. Let them hear it. Let the celebration ring out, ladies and gentlemen. And we're going to continue. Guess what, folks? Guess what is available, though not yet launched? It is for you to know and you now to know. Audiobook is out right now, ladies and gentlemen. It's a comedy, damn it. Audiobook, mega swash. We can begin pushing this to all of our conservative friends. Big time swashbuckling flags, ladies and gentlemen. Get them out there. Big time swash flags. Its launch will be February 2nd, Groundhog Day. But to you all, it is now available over there on Amazon. It's a comedy, damn it, by Jason Kuna. You will find the audio book. Check it out. Let us know what you think. Leave a review for the book, that it is magnificent if you thought so, that it is hilarious if you thought so, if you think it would be great for conservatives. Put that in the sentence in your reviews on Amazon. Conservatives will love this. That would be a very nice thing to see for conservatives to see when they're trying to decide, should I buy this? A great way to introduce yours truly and the work that we all here are doing to our brothers and sisters. God bless you all. Let's keep it rolling, ladies and gentlemen. I was over on Swash Through with Jeffrey Doherty, in an interview with Jeffrey Doherty the other night. Derek Bros was there. That was Friday night. It was a splendid conversation. You can find it right here on YouTube. If you head on over there to Jeffrey Doherty's channel, give us a review there or comment in the description or under the description below. Let him know how epic it was. Let other people know where to find the love, hope, truth, and redemption of 2024. Keep it going, ladies and gentlemen, for the wallpaperer of Virginia. Let's see. There we go. Check it out. That, my friends, is Franklinator, the wallpaperer, in one of his many forms, his God forms. He is out in the real world. None of these, you see so many of these, none of these are repeats. Imagine that. This is a man that is a force of nature. Celebrate Franklin, ladies and gentlemen. Gotta love it. And you just saw a moment ago, check this out. This, my friends, is Ye Old European. We're talking about the Dutch. This is the Dutch version of the Go Free web, the No White Guilt website that he has made for our brothers over there in these languages. Brothers and sisters, celebrate Ye Old European. Massive swashbuckling flags. Massive swashbuckling 007s. Gotta love it. The Dutch website looking gorgeous. We also want to celebrate a tweet by, there have been a number of them, by Paul Zipala. Paul Zipala on Twitter using anti-whiteism. He has over 100,000 followers. He's using anti-whiteism. He's using anti-white, using white erasure, he's using a number of the concepts, the dialectics over there on his Twitter with over 100,000. And one of his tweets using anti-whiteism and more has almost 500,000 views on it. Let's give it up for that swashbuckling champion, Paul Zipala, over there on Twitter. Hey, let's hear it for Lomax. Do I have an image of it here? Oh, there I am. There I was with, of course, on the Jeffrey Doherty and Derek Bros. Check it out. There it is right there. There is Lomax's design. A gorgeous. It's now up on my YouTube banner. I had to make a little bit of a change. It's not as true. It's not as beautiful as he made it here. But look at the gorgeous, the simplistic beauty of this. I am very impressed. Big salutes, big swashbuckling. People are going to see this design and they're going to come to the good work that we're doing here in service of white well-being. Give it up for the great Lomax 007s, big quadruple 007, quadruple 007s, ladies and gentlemen. That's 4 007s. Give it up for this champ. swashbuckling flags. The crowd loves him. We're almost done, ladies and gentlemen. We want to make sure we celebrate Real Mark Fox, brought to my attention by the great 4-0. Real Mark Fox on YouTube, and he is at symbol Real Mark Fox, and it's M-A-R-C, 2 X's in the Fox, not quite all the way to triple X, but he's damn near using the concept. Let's give it up for the great Real Mark Fox on YouTube. He's also on Twitter. Check him out, using the concepts and dialectics. Big salutes to that champion. And we have just 2 more points here to get to. The great For White Wellbeing's new video that we played at the very beginning of the gathering today, Condemned for Love. Give it up for White Wellbeing. If you didn't get a chance to watch it, go back and watch it later. You can go watch it on his channel, For White Wellbeing. It is powerful. It is emotional. It is about Samantha Fox, Fraulein Dresden, whose mother escaped and lived through Dresden and an event that happened to her, and how furious I was over it. Check it out, ladies and gentlemen. And finally, at the end of our swashbuckling, a lot of swashbuckling to get the year started, ladies and gentlemen. And it is worth it. We have here kicking ass on Twitter. I have noticed a few people. I'm going to share with you. There are others who are rocking it. And next week we'll be celebrating more, but I wanted to throw these names out there. Nocturnia. Nocturnia has absolutely come to life on Twitter, just everywhere. Rock. Hans the Skipper, gloriously. Come on, give it up, reaching far more people than I could. Western Kind, ladies and gentlemen, on Twitter, making it happen. Grace on Twitter, making it happen, retweeting everything, posting under and arguing for our cause. Positive Clarity over there, rocking it. Beautiful tweets. 007, Ye Old European. Really amazing work over there on Twitter. Aussie Mike. Make sure Aussie Mike hears you all the way in Australia. Lucky Lunder, the Thunder from down under. Big salutes for him and his work on Twitter. 4-0 over there on Twitter. Archangel as well. And just the misses. As well as Homeless Bear, who just had a tweet. Over 34,000 views and skyrocketing. Big salute. Swashbuckling. Make sure they get trophies and swashbuckling flags. This is almost it, ladies and gentlemen. Cool Papa J. Magic, as well as Rasta Rise on Twitter. The Blue Flame. Really doing some amazing work. And the one and only, ladies and gentlemen, you know him well, Seamus. Make sure they all celebrate. Make sure everyone hears you across the white sympathetic sphere and from coast to coast. And we'll be right back. Wow. Let me get to right now the financial gifts and the celebrations. So many people doing so many wonderful things. Big work over here on Entropy. Ladies and gentlemen, keep it going. Crowns for his head, gems for his feet. You know, DB50. If you've ever heard of a champion, look at all that glorious swashbuckling. I love it. DB50 in the house. $50. 50. Let's protect those little white beautiful girls in their pink little jackets. Cutest darlings you can imagine. And they're out there connecting MLK, dying for the sins of white people. Let's protect them. DB50 throws his hand up in the air immediately. 50 white well-being dollars. And he writes, for white well-being. We also have Irish Christ coming in with a $10 financial gift over here on Entropy. He writes, just wanted to let the community know that White Wellbeing Canada, my privately funded white positive volunteer organization, is now openly advocating in the public square. Mission statement in hand and in full uniform, he says, white erasure survivors in Canada now have a voice. I sent NWG the pictures. I'll check it out. I haven't seen them yet. That's Irish Cries, ladies and gentlemen. $10 financial gift with his advocacy in the once great country of Canada. Wilson Bear is here twice. $5 financially gifting. And in the first one, he writes, for white well-being. God bless you. In the second, with those $5, he says, feeding my 6-month-old Aryan warrior some bone marrow today. Bone marrow. And says, for white well-being there as well. A son of the West, ladies and gentlemen, a son of the West going to grow up to be a man of the West, better than the rest of us could have ever been. Wilson Bear. We also have our dear big raucous emojis. Get some crowns for this lady's head. Get some crowns. Make it rain crowns on her head. Crowns for the lady's head, ladies and gentlemen. Gems for her feet. Nat is over here. Nat financially gifting 30. Save the white baby. End the anti-whiteism dollars. 30. End the anti-whiteism dollars from Nat Quinn. She writes, to white well-being hails. God bless you, sister. Thank you so much. If you financially gifted on Entropy and you haven't heard your name yet, please let me know. Otherwise, I will move over here to D Live, and I see Spartan on D Live has financially gifted 1 lemon of cryptocurrency. Thank you so very much. I appreciate that. And another time, Spartan gifting a 1 lemon of cryptocurrency. God bless you. Thank you all for the little froggies over there. I appreciate the stickers, whatever is happening with those stickers. And on Odyssey, we see the great Yiz, the Unifier, has financially gifted here on Odyssey. And she writes with a $5 financial gift. Thank you so much, sister. She says, glad you are liking my Empire of Lies series, which comes on Thursdays, folks. She says, it feels good to be teaching Go Free praxis along with other curriculum. I think the series is going great as far and thus far, and I encourage all of you to check it out. Keep it, Promethean. Little white heart emoji. God bless you, sister. Please, folks, do check it out. Check out her Tuesday show as well, Discordant Dragons at 6 p.m. over on her channel here on YouTube and elsewhere. And on Thursdays, is that at 7 or at 6? Thursdays for the Empire of Lies that she does with News Fist. It's a very interesting show. I am there at both of them, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. I will swivel around here and we will find out what our financial gifts are on Cash App as well as Subscribe Star. And we will continue with our gathering here today. And I'm going to want you all to be participating. We will get a refresh there. And over here on Subscribe Star, looks like we did not miss anybody yet. And on Cash App, we have on Cash App, we have, let's see, is this today, or I'm going to have to figure out what's going on with Cash App. What is happening with Cash App? Let me try it out on the phone, ladies and gentlemen. There appears to be a little malfunction online. Seeing what has transpired there. But we have alternatives. We have the great Yiz, the Unifier, over here as well. $5 more from the great Yiz, the Unifier. And with these 5, she says, weekly folk tithe for white well-being. God bless you. Thank you so much, sister. And we also have here the great Seamus that we were just celebrating, $5 financial gift. And he says, a meager white well-being contribution. My friend, nothing is meager from the wonderful Seamus, the army of Seamus, which is what he practically represents as his own superpower in the world, bringing white well-being to every corner. We have the great Lady Anglo. Get out the raucous emojis. 007s, quadruple 07s, crowns for her head, gems, scatter the gems at her feet, $25 financial gift from Lady Anglo. Thank you so much. And she writes, for those $25, fighting anti-whiteism. God bless you and your family. Thank you so very much. We also have a $5 financial gift from Jay Bishop, and saying everything she wanted to say with those $5 here on Cash App. Thank you so much for those $5 and your hard work on Twitter and YouTube as well. And make sure the crowns continue to reign. The crowns continue to reign. And the soil sprouts the gems. Little beautiful flowers, they pop up, and when they open, when the petals fall back, there are rubies and there are sapphires and diamonds for the one and only First Last. Financially gifting, ladies and gentlemen, $100. 100 white well-being dollars. God bless you, brother. And he says, type with Dvorak. Type with Dvorak with those 100 white well-being dollars. And as it is my wont, I will remind you all that the great No White Guilt clips, just a couple of weeks back, $1,007 financial gift. 1,000 saluting dollars from Clips. God bless this man. Show him some love. We might have a couple more here on Cash App, and we're going to see if we can't resolve exactly who and what they were when they arrived. All right, looks great. Big celebrations. Thank you all so very much. I really deeply appreciate every service to white well-being. This is not the least of them. The most, I think, is seeing you all out in the comments, rocking and rolling, sharing and spreading, swashbuckling through people's feeds into their lives, dropping the white magic that recaptures our destiny. God bless you all for that hard work. If it weren't for you all, I would still just be shouting at a white sympathetic sphere that had ulterior motives and didn't want to hear anything that we were doing. So it's only been by way of your hard work, Team White Wellbeing, the solo actors, the people working in groups. It's only been by that work that we have been able to reach the world, to change the way our victimization is discussed, and to solidify through argumentation that what we now know, that the vast majority of the explicit white sympathetics make of themselves no more than consumers, economic consumers, looking to have their personal needs, their personal consumer needs met, prejudices and scapegoats and the like. It is because of that that we can move forward more intelligently in the rest of our service to white well-being. God bless you. All right. Doing some updating over here on the back end to see, make sure we have not missed anybody. But if we did, make sure you reach out and you let me know that you have financially gifted and where it was, and I will hunt it down. All right. Otherwise, let's get back underway with the work that we're doing. And if you have any comments for me, make sure you tag me as No White Guilt. And we are going to, in just a moment, get into the Go Free lesson of the day. We want you to participate in this. It's going to be brief because we want these things to be pointed, I think, and we want your participation. And I'm going to take physical notes. Perhaps in some cases, I've already written some down here for this specific subject. And this then will inform the third edition of Go Free, which is going to be bigger. It's going to be a bigger book, and you're going to have to know how to read, and you're going to have to want to read. You have to want to be better. Of course, just like with regular education, you can be a lackluster student, and if you take these tools, though, you'll be able to do great deeds in your life and in the lives of those around you. Or you can you can get your doctorate in white well-being, and you can transform the world. You can be to the average person, to the vague out there, you can be to the average person a veritable God. You hold a doctorate in the Go Free practice, and you become a veritable God
because you will be able to not only retrodict the past with perfect simplicity, but predict the future. And for those who are near to you, they'll have nothing else to conclude but that you wield magical powers. And you do, in a way, don't you? Let's drop a couple of screens and keep rolling. Ladies and gentlemen, what a glorious day. We might get around to this story if there is time, of the three men who raped, three anti-white animals who raped and filmed their raping of a 14-year-old girl in, where was this? Somewhere in the Southwest. And a white judge, white as they come, gave them probation. Gang rape. So, in my opinion, that makes him an accomplice in the gang raping. That's my opinion. And I think a future where we control our destiny will be one in which we look back and we say, who participated? So that when you say these three were gang rapists, well, a prosecutor of that time may well decide that there were 4 gang rapists and include that white judge. Probation, 2 years of probation for gang rape. Now, I don't know the race of the girl, and it doesn't matter as far as the general evil that was done and that is being encouraged as a consequence of white erasure, white erasing our norms on one end, where it's our laws, expectations of punishment, protecting of the innocent, preventing future crimes. You can go on and on. Those are our norms that are white erased. But then on the other end, since these 3 are black anti-whites, they benefit from anti-whiteism. You can't be hard on them. The world's been hard on them. The white man's been hard on them. And so you have to go easy. This is what we talk about all the time. Preferential treatment, special privileges, freedom from responsibility for these privileged groups. Most of the privileged groups are non-white peoples. And you also have other groups, though, that in some way are at odds with white people, white norms, etc. And they also get elevated to this status of a privileged group that they will call, of course, a victimized group. So we may get to that. It was in a very white area, so it was most likely a white female, which makes me angry in a completely additional way. So I've already got an anger level there for what was done to any race of a 14-year-old little girl. But if it's one of ours, even an additional anger to put on top of it. But first, we're going to get to this, and I want to see what you all are saying very quickly. I want you to participate. Looks like we still have the champs in the house, and we have Passport. Bachelor looks like has shown up. Hello to you and welcome. Promethean Kitchen says there's an event going on in Canada in a place called Brampton, Ontario, where a group of Hindis have pretty much taken over the city, and now they have one of their god statues built. Of course. Yep. And they can all be law-abiding, nicest people you ever met. And that's the problem with multiracialism. Bing. I mean, I have this video I haven't pulled down yet in UK where it's clearly Islamic. Now, it's not Christian, it's not white, it's Islamic, it's Arab Islamic. They could all be law-abiding good people, every one of them. And you end up with this environment where, at best case scenario in multiracialism, everybody is law-abiding, everybody is good, and yet they are in such proximity with numerical courage that they are in cultural Cold War, which always ends in bloody, sanguinary division, sectarianism, civil war, etc. That's my reading of history. If you can find in history a time when a country, an empire, whatever, where everybody was packed in together, became multiracial, and therefore we're all expressing their biospirit onto the environment, and that bloomed beautifully, and it just became this giant empire of all of these, but everybody packed in together tightly, and it was just somehow worked. Find it, because I've never found it. I see example after example of these things destroying themselves. Empires built by warlords that destroy themselves because of this. Historians today will go find any other reason. Mainstream historians will tell you any other reason, because to say multiracialism is the problem is to run afoul of anti-whiteism, which they don't want to do. So they will say things like economy and this trade route collapsed and all of these other sorts of things. But in reality, it was a biospiritual warfare that ended up erupting, that was cold and that became hot. All right, didn't miss anybody on Subscribe Star. Scrolling through, thank everybody for celebrating. We have to celebrate each other. And now we know we don't have to like complain about it, like, and wonder, what are these people doing? Now we know what they're doing. Now we know why. So you can have in Canada, just to finish the thought, this groups of good law-abiding people, and they're going to build, of course, they're going to build their statues. Of course, they're going to express, and it won't necessarily need to continue to be the Hindu religion. It'll be other expressions that are of their instinct that are at odds with ours. And when you go there, you'll feel it. You'll be uncomfortable. They'll be blissful. That's how it starts, friends. First Last, you are so welcome. He says, thank you for the new audiobook. I appreciate that. Yield European saying, thank you for the shout out. Swanee River said, searched for me on Subscribestar and didn't find it. I guess go down into the description below. I think Subscribestar, the link is actually in the description. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised at all that Subscribestar would be hiding me. Okay, what do you all think about being the victim or playing the victim? Should I do this when we get into like the Go Free lesson of the day? Do you want me to be your professor? Be like, here we go. I'll be your professor today. I'm the older guy that has come to your dorm room to tutor you. Oh my God, the things that just went through my head. Like lightning. Lightning fast. Oh boy. I won't say any of that. Okay. What goes through your mind? Have you all been, has anybody here, tag me, has anybody here been confronted with this, either online or in person? Stop playing the victim. That's what they do. We also have, and I should make a note to myself right now about, the I'm too tough. I'm no victim. Have you all tagged me if you have? And what kind of responses have you given? Because there is a big difference, and this is a meme curative way to go after this. There's a big difference between being a victim and playing the victim. And as you can see, as we now know, the population, in this case, it's very often with the first argument, an implicit argument. And then the second one, the I'm too tough, is the explicit, a little bit more often. But we see this same sort of rebuking
of our victimization, a refusal to acknowledge it for the reasons given. Biospirit of the West has seen it. He's in the trenches. You know, the folks in the trenches are going to be the ones that really have seen this a lot. Strange West says it's on his webpage, Franklin. Oh, looking for my link for Subscribe Star. Yep, I think it's under the links there. Slaughtz says, my response has been, quote, only anti-whites deny white people are capable of being victimized. That's a great response. Only anti-whites would deny that white people are capable of being victimized because you've changed the conversation. The conversation is now about whether or not your interlocutor, audience of one or more, is denying the victimization of an entire group based on our birth, which would make them anti-white. The only way to prove that they're not doing that is to acknowledge that there is group victimization. Why are white individuals victimized? We are victimized because the group to which we belong is victimized. Can we escape victimization then? No, because you can't change your biospirit. You can't change your essence, which is easily identifiable from the exterior. Bulldog Boris is with us. Surrounded is here. Newmar is here. Herman is here. Samuski says the difference between being willing to work and think and not being willing to work and not working is rewarded. The difference between being willing to work and think and not being willing to work and not working is rewarded. Slaughtz says he's absolutely faced it a little bit further up the live chat, which leapt on me, but we're back. We're back. Aaron is here. And like, I'll get all old and senescent and I'll see that name and I'll think it's really pronounced. I'll go, what did I used to? I can't remember reading it. I'm 100 now. Wouldn't that be nice? Well, as long as I'm healthy enough. That would be what the anti-whites would deserve. You know that? They would say, he's 100? How the hell is he still around? Because I'm coming after you. And then all the young people will think, did they really pronounce it Aaron back in his day? If they're anything like the Zoomers, they will. Aaron says, would it be more accurate to say that we are villainized? We are villainized, but we are victimized. It's not the same thing. No, we need to acknowledge the victimization, to have the righteous fire of the victimized. And you can see on display. Great question. Thank you for that. And that's what this segment is supposed to be about, is thinking about these things and clearing it out so we can understand it. And often it takes discussing things from various angles before we really get it, before we really understand. And so we want to make sure we do that. You know what I mean? For everybody. So you can see the power of perception as the victim in those who play the victim Look at the power of their response. As the subconscious mind does not know the difference between reality and fiction, and as a malevolently minded, immoral person will take advantage of norms in society, you can see the righteous fire of the victimized in the so-called victim groups, really the privileged groups in the West today. So that's what we see, that they come out with this total fanaticism. You can only get there by acknowledging that we're victimized. And you have to be focused on us to acknowledge that we're victimized. You have to be, and it has to be a focus in love for us to engender the fire that comes from being victimized. I have an endless reservoir of energy for white well-being because of cases like this little girl, of the victimization, all that we saw in the video, the victimization of our people everywhere. I don't boil up with a hatred for non-white groups of people that is ephemeral. It's a fugitive. It's like there and it's gone. And when it's there, it has all these like big talking, tough words and phrases that do nothing. And then expresses itself in cowardice, because if you have these great, big, tough talking statements, but you don't act on them, because if you're just hating other groups of people rather than loving ours, your focus stays on your own ass. Like, you're not going to sacrifice yourself for your hatred for them. Nobody ever does. Look at all the big, tough talkers, generations and generations of them. They demand of you this litmus test and they don't do anything. It's cowardice to say, oh, we're going to do this. And then you do nothing. When you love, you have the energy of a lifetime. You have the energy to sacrifice yourself in anger at one moment, in tears the next, and whatever. So we need to acknowledge our victimization. It's critically important. We need to talk about our victimization. We need to talk about our victims. We need to think about our victims as a community and know that if we protect our people, we protect ourselves. That's what we have to learn. Samuski said his middle name is Aaron. Another response I've given is, quote, your inability to see our victimization is proof you're anti-white. That's another Slaughtzian response. Fantastic, folks. Response when confronted with this. So what is the difference between being a victim and playing the victim? A pithy way to say this, with somebody you could have the conversation with, and be aware that there are many people out there that are not able to have the conversation. They don't have the IQ, and they have other drivers than our well-being and putting it into our victimization. But the short of it is that being a victim, which is what we are and we talk about, we talk about our victimization and wanting to end the victimization. That's it. People who play the victim talk about victimization that is intangible. You can't find it. You can't touch it. There's no null hypothesis for it. It's just out there. And then they demand compensation for their victimization. So in one case, a victim, a true victim, the victimization is tangible, it's visible, and they want the victimization to end. Somebody playing the victimization is ethereal, it's magical, it's intangible, and they want to be compensated for it. And so you'll get, like I said, these positions. And in particular, one of the positions that is the considerably irritating and contemptible are these white guys. Oh, and note that I'm talking about white guys for the losers out there, that feminists who, male and female, who can't stand any criticism of women. But when I criticize guys, they're like silence on it. Nothing but silence. But it's mostly these guys that will say, oh, we're not victimized. We couldn't be victimized. We're the tough, whatever race they'll throw in there. That is both cowardice, and this is how I shut them down very quickly with this. It is selfish cowardiceness. They don't care about our people being victimized. They might be tough enough to defend themselves. And of course, we know in reality that they're not, that they are victimized. They can't defend themselves. They've been victimized all along. They don't have the job they want, the wife they want, the woman they want, the car they want, all that they could have had, and they know it. And they're just pretending like it doesn't matter. It's like these guys that they're interested in a girl, and they find out that she's not interested in them. And then instead of just moving on, they decide to say, they'd never want her. They'd never have her. It's just deep insecurity. When people do that, deep insecurity. And so that's what these guys are expressing. And when you see them face to face and you see what they actually look like, you can see they have plenty of reasons to be insecure. And you can see the insecurity on their face. So I'll say to them, okay, let's just say you're tough enough. You've never been victimized by anti-whites. You never could. Well, that's really selfish and cowardly of you to not stand up for white children. They're getting victimized everywhere. How about white seniors? You'll be one of these days. How about white women? How about white little boys? It shuts them right up. The air goes right out of their sails, even if not out of their bellies. And it shuts them right down. So the thing to take away, the important divider, is that being a victim, it's visible, and you simply want it to end. Playing the victim, it's invisible, and you want to be compensated for it. Take that into the battle of ideas. Dialectic to take into the battle of ideas, my friends. Slaughtz has contributed here, and maybe some others in the chat I didn't see. And you will stand a chance. We'll take a quick bumper here just to separate segments, and we'll keep rolling.
Exactly what people think, and this is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
Feminism is bad, my friend. Very true. Who wrote that? Was that Franklin? Hey, Ron. Okay, let's get to the announcements as we continue to roll along. Tag me with No White Guilt if you want me to see what you're saying on any of these platforms, and I'll be checking again for any financial gifts. And if you did not have yours read already and you financially gifted earlier, let me know. Tag me. Announcements. We have some fantastic guests set up for the coming weeks. So keep your eyes out. It's going to be a heck of a lot of fun. Keep your eyes out for these guests. They are on their way. Looking forward to these very much. Having said that, this coming Wednesday, I will not be here. So there will not be a roll-in on this coming Wednesday. Do not look for the roll, at least as of right now. Do not look for a roll-in this coming Wednesday. I won't be here. Maybe I'll roll in on Friday, but there won't be a roll-in this coming Wednesday. Let everyone know. I don't know, maybe I'll If I have time, I'll make a little video to roll at that time, but no roll in this coming Wednesday. Following that, though, really fun guests. Really, it's going to be a lot of fun on Wednesdays. I wanted to also mention in the regular announcements here that there are some forces. I don't know what they are. Are they anti-whites at Twitter? Is it Twitter themselves? Is Twitter anti-white as it ever was before Elon? Are there government influences? But I tried my damnedest to get a couple of different tweets out, paying for them, about Patriots Day, identifying it as Patriots Day. And we identified that as the most powerful name that day could be called. And it allows us to frame what took place. There was nothing but problems. Everything under the sun. The promoted posts would go up and be immediately undermined. They would go up again and then be undermined. They would go up. It was some effort was afoot to get to every one of my advertisements to share and spread Patriots Day. Make sure you retweet me. You could grab a screen capture and put it on Gab or elsewhere. It is imperative that January 6th receive the title of Patriots Day. It is imperative that happen. If not, then it will be the dumbest pissing away of narrative control that I have ever witnessed. Unbelievable. To the total detriment of Western kind. So make sure you share that. You can share it now. We're just days after. Remember Patriots Day. Creating the phrase "Remember Patriots Day," like "Remember the Alamo" was used in Texas, would be like nuclear power. So we have to push this, and in connection with us, people find their way back to this location, all the better. RC, the Realist, we played one of his songs, a fantastic song here this evening. He is premiering his new song, No More Brother Wars, on this coming Tuesday, write it down, the 9th, at 7 p.m. on his channel here on YouTube, RC, the Realist. And right now we're going to go through the content creators I want to share quickly, and we'll be getting together a Twitter space here in a moment. We want to share the great Andrei Moisejev at Art of Myth on YouTube. White People's Press, whitepeoplepress.com. Go to their YouTube page is where I want you to stay. But if you can't find the YouTube page, go to the website to find the YouTube page. Schoolofthewest.world. The great Dean Danger and his crew, his band of heroes. Schoolofthewest.world. Yiz on YouTube as at Yiz the Eunuch. And we were talking about her two different shows, Empire of Lies and Discordant Dragons, and the Corner Club. Is that the morning walks that she does? Go to her channel, follow her there, please. We have great community this way. Fornull on YouTube at Fornelius, Fornelius, Nulland, Nulland. Follow him there. He has irregular streams, similar to the Dragon Scent Adventures that he's done. The great Fornull also has, he's also on Twitter at @FornullUSA. And his blog, he has a blog as well at westernparagon.blogspot.com. The great No White Guilt Clips. Everyone must follow him and share the work that he's doing. We're talking about millions of views. It's amazing. It's superhuman. He is the top of the pyramid. He is on YouTube at No White Guilt Clips. Twitter at NWG Clips. Instagram, No White Guilt Clips. Same with Gab. Same with BitChute. Same with Facebook. Same on Rumble. Same on Truth Social. And finally on TikTok, he is at Jason Goes Political Show on TikTok. We have the great lovely Porridge on YouTube at Jubilation Media. Follow lovely Porridge. Intellectual Embargo on YouTube, but also you can find him at Odyssey at Intellectual Embargo. Final Blossom, one of our great heroes, at Final Blossom. Please follow Final Blossom on YouTube. Also has a newsletter where he writes. It's called the Western Kind Wellbeing Newsletter at finalblossom.substack.com. And does Yiz have I thought maybe Yiz had a blog as well. Maybe she does. Yes. That's what the Corner Club is. That is yiztheeunuch.substack.com. And you can find her there, but stay on YouTube. Alternative Voices Portal on YouTube, but also on Odyssey at alternative_voices_portal. Biospirit of the West. Follow him. Follow the big leader on Twitter at Biospirit West. No hyphen, Biospirit West on Twitter. He also has a Quora at nowhiteguilt.quora.com, if it's still there. If I'm sharing things that are no longer extant, or somebody who is not very much a friend anymore, please let me know in private, and I will amend the list, or if I'm missing someone. The great For White Wellbeing on YouTube. We mentioned him earlier at For White Wellbeing. Almost done here. And then we're going to get into that Twitter space, so get ready. For White Wellbeing. Dinostorm on YouTube at DYNOSTORM. Dinostorm. Also at StudioDinostorm.com. RC the Realist, we were just talking about. You have already jotted him down. He's on IG, Instagram, and at _realist_songwriter. And I don't know if you can find him yet with RC the Realist on YouTube, but he comes up for me like that, so maybe he will come up for you. White Student Transmission on Twitter. White Student T. Find him at White Student T. He's got a book on Amazon, Equal Training, as well. Look out for that. Aussie Mike. We mentioned Aussie Mike earlier as somebody doing tremendous work for White Wellbeing. Aussie Mike is on Twitter at Traditional Mike. Follow all these people. Follow everyone. We have to create community. The tighter the web gets, the stronger we get. We have to create community. Follow all of these people. Wing It Productions at Wing It Prod. WINGITPROD. And finally, Western Kind for Christ at Western Kind for the word Christ. That's what I have here. If I missed anybody, as I said, please let me know if I missed. And if there's the list needs to be amended one way or another, please let me know that as well. I will take a moment. I will do some refreshing, and we will get this Twitter space up and running. And we will be ready to have you all participate in the conversation, should you want to. You don't have to. We will otherwise continue reviewing news and what you all are talking about, more specifically, your comments as well. I do want to read the great reptiles interaction from the other day. No, that's not it. Spaces. Nice. All right, that will be up in just a moment. And you can begin joining. And it is up and running. Let me read to you. Reptiles interaction. It is inspiring, my friends. It's inspiring. Remember to tag me as No White Guilt in the live chats if you would like for me to see what you have to say. Comment, question, concern. And you can disagree. Just do it politely. And we will refresh these places. Looks like, here's what Reptile wrote. I recently destroyed the colonizer meme pathogen and nearly brought an anti-white female to uncontrollable sobbing. It was beautiful. And it went something like this. You got to love that. While in line, I engaged in a passing conversation with a younger white female. She was casually dressed and rather unremarkable in many ways, but she spoke with confidence and presented herself as decently educated. A college student, no doubt, likely home for the holidays. So, a brief chat with this stranger seemed like a harmless way to pass the time. But within a few short sentences, it became exceedingly clear that her confidence far outweighed her intelligence. She began sighing with tones of entitlement as she boorishly carped and complained about this and that. She prattled on about the line, disparaging the overwhelmed cashier. It grew tiresome in mere moments. So rather than burdening myself with more of her incessant bitching, I decided to interject. To any audience, it would have been painfully clear I was simply done listening. But as I couldn't step out of line, I simply decided to steer the conversation elsewhere. I began noting other degradations of the West. I highlighted the rampant degeneracy, drug use, political corruption, family decay, open borders, etc. She seemingly agreed, so I casually explained how it all could be attributed to anti-whiteism. Every ill of our civilization and every attack against us is all rooted in self-hatred or jealousy. But it was her reply that shocked me. So first of all, what epic, and you wouldn't expect anything else from the great Reptile, what epic swashing, using the opportunity in line, got to pay for some things, you're trapped there. He's going to take the opportunity to do what? Not to complain about the world, not just to say, oh, it's so terrible, isn't it? One of these days. No, it was to drop some lexical, dialectical power on the white person he was talking to and other people of all races around him. Brilliant. He writes on. She'd unknowingly just unleashed a tempest of reptile, and there was literally nowhere to escape. I love it. She was trapped in an aisle by two walls, 12 people, and me. And the only way out would be staring at her feet while I humiliated her before the onlookers. So this is what he's saying in response to what she said. Quote, that's just a colonizer mentality, close quote. So when he said
that we had, so much of society is ruined because of anti-whiteism, her response was, quote, "That's just a colonizer mentality," she boldly exclaimed. And a fire of indignant contempt immediately rose within her eyes. Think about that for a moment. We were just talking about victimization, weren't we? There is no reality to anti-whiteism. It's all in the fiction. This female is proving everything that we teach here, just in one moment. She then scourged in derision, foolishly believing she claimed an anti-white victory, but not even close. So she believed at that moment, because of anti-whiteism, because of her learned experience by way of entertainment, that he was now going to capitulate. And we got a request for the mic. Just leave it up, and as soon as I'm done reading, we'll give it to you. He says, or instead of being destroyed by him, she could flee, leaving her items at the register without paying. And then he says, a Spartan had funneled the attack into the hot gates. She was trapped in line, folks. I passionately objected, says Reptile, quote, "White people are colonizers?" My chest rose and my posture immediately shifted. Though far from my gentle character, I'm sure many would describe the change as particularly intimidating. But in that moment, I believe it perfectly justified. Quote, "You call us colonizers. Ants and cockroaches are colonizers. You've just likened my people to species worthy of extermination. That's what you really want, isn't it? All these innocent men, women, and babies. You'd handle us just like cockroaches, wouldn't you? That is what you just said, isn't it?" Close quote. She gasped and fumbled for words, and I could sense the whole line was quickly becoming an audience. Let me ask you, while you're listening to Reptile's response, how would you have responded? Are you going free, or would you have used one of the old failed ideologies, vehicles, tactics, and lost again, and walked out of the grocery store looking like a person that has bodies in the basement? I could sense the whole line was quickly becoming an audience, he writes, and could almost feel their eyes fixating, eager to witness how this scene would progress. A look of humiliation and panic immediately spread across her face. Her gaze lowered to my chest. As her shoulders began to collapse, her former attitude of confidence had now been shattered by mere words, and the ego she once carried had dissipated like smoke in the wind. Quote, No, that's not what I meant, she nervously professed. Quote, I'm white, and I love white people, close quote. Quote, then you better never call us that filthy anti-white slur ever again. We are the kindest, most generous, and loving people on earth, and it's disgusting that you talk about us this way. You should be absolutely ashamed with yourself, close quote, I loudly replied. After her lengthy apology, I resumed my normal tone and posture. I even smiled as she began rattling off all the wonderful deeds of our people. It was both a humbling and necessary confirmation for her, and most telling. Not one onlooker objected to my actions. Not one onlooker objected to his actions. In fact, I'm sure none of them have ever even heard our people defended before. I only hope my actions will inspire them to do the same. None of that would have been possible without Go Free. Within the anti-white narrative, I wouldn't have had the moral positioning to defend us. I wouldn't have recognized the meme pathogen, and I certainly wouldn't have been able to defend us without inciting the audience against me. Every bit of this interaction was guided through the correct lens, moral framework, and delivery. So, if you'd like to do the same, it's actually
Really easy. All you have to do is go free. Let's give it up. Let's get some big time swashbuckling flags for the great reptile. What a magnificent swashing. The mic is yours. Simply unmute yourself. And let's see. I will try that again. Simply unmute yourself. And the mic is yours.
Oh.
Hello, brother.
I can be heard, right?
I can hear you.
Yeah, wow. Reptile. Good job.
I know, man.
Yeah, way to show me up. Yeah, I wish I could have more interactions like that. That was really great.
It was.
In response to what you asked, how I would respond, it would not have been as good as Reptile's response. But I would have said that you just claimed fighting the victimization of our people is an oppression of another people. And it would have went less swimmingly, but it would have went the right direction, at least, I think.
Oh, I think it would have. Reptile is a really bright guy, like so many here, like yourself. And he's been at this for a long time. Passionate guy, great artist and creator. And this, when you go free, I mean, folks, you realize that this is the kind of thing that it is like being a white wizard. It is like wielding this white magic, because he left there with this girl having apologized and maybe taken a great step away from being anti-white. She had a public condemnation. All those people that heard white and non-white, they now see, whoa, there's a really moral argument to end the victimization of white people. They witnessed it. Maybe they'll repeat it. This is the kind of outcome you'd want. You don't want, brother, like we've seen so many times, where somebody would get into an argument with a white female like this, call her just like a bitch. You're an N-loving bitch or something like this. And she would be hardened in her position. Everybody would hate the guy. It would be social condemnation. And then he would run off to go lose his family and his job and everything else. That just doesn't work. That doesn't work for us. We're not going to be able to recapture our destiny this way. What we do here is the way to capture our destiny. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with that. I don't really have further thoughts on that, but I do, appreciate Reptile's work there, what he's done for white well-being. I think it's a big victory in that regard. I mean, even when you get those kind of victories, I guess I do have further thoughts then. But when you get those kind of victories, it's good for your own confidence in developing. I mean, I imagine he came up with that on the spot. I don't think that was like on the spot brilliance of saying they were comparing our people to an insect type.
Yes.
And it's true. And really great, really great.
Fantastic. The point you made right there is, thank God you chimed in here, because the point about the confidence is enormous. Everyone knows that we have been in scores and scores of hundreds and hundreds of situations where we objected to the victimization of our people, to anti-whiteism in general, but we had zero confidence. And part of the reason for that, and speaks directly to why Reptile and folks out there, you too, can have the words just come to you, is that the concepts that we teach here put you on a train of thought where you can't go wrong. Like, I never taught anybody to phrase it the exact same way, like to bring in this analogy of cockroaches and ants. And I didn't write that anywhere. That was a perfect way in that scenario that came to mind because of the train of thought that he was on that worked for him. That is how the human animal, the human brain works. The anti-white psychological warfare operators understand that. They use it against us. We have the remedy for it, and Slaughtz demonstrated it. So you don't have to, in other avenues, you got to memorize
all of recorded human history that is historical revisionism that you'll be laughed at, mocked at, ridiculed, hated for even articulating. All of the data of crime stats for all the different races and genetic profiles and outcomes, these sorts of things, which will be denied, and you'll be mocked at, ridiculed, denied, laughed at, etc. for articulating. So you can memorize all that garbage. You can have your focus on other groups of people in anger of various levels, and then you can get into a moment where most of your brain's going to shut down because it's conflict, and you're not going to be able to remember any of that. But whatever you can remember, you're going to lose for. This is the way to go, quite simply. Any final thoughts, brother?
No, but I did want to bring up something to an earlier segment of the show, if that's all right.
Yeah.
To the earlier segment with the AI anti-whiteism about beauty standards, I wanted to note an MP there, which is that our people are not considered as valid as colleagues in cultural considerations. So one of the MCs I came up to for that was only Western kind are considered the canvas for cultural consideration and not a colleague themselves.
Ah, nice. Well said. Of course, you would come up with that brilliance. Yes. Continue.
Yeah, that's all I wanted to bring up was that MC I came up with to that. I'm free to hand it off to anyone else.
All right, man. You can stay on the mic if you like. Just mute and stick with us, or you could jump off altogether. But anybody else who would like to chat, the great Slaughtz has spoken. Anybody else who would like to chat, ask for the mic. We're here in the live chat. I see that Casey says it's for some. Wait, something is before that. Okay. Casey says, playing the victim, on the other hand, do you have anything before that I should find? Okay, maybe not. Playing the victim, on the other hand, usually involves a person adopting a mindset or behavior that seeks to gain sympathy or attention by portraying themselves as the victim. Yes, indeed, you're right. Even if, and then it clips her off there, and then she comes back with, it's for some an excuse to not deal with problems or issues head on. Well written, and great to see you, young lady. Great to see you here. Zane is here. He says, can a space be both pro-white and pro-gay? Can a space be pro-white and pro-gay? I think what maybe you're trying to get at, Zane, is you're trying to find a way to maybe try to sectarianize us. That would be my guess, but I could be wrong. We, in Service to White Wellbeing, have what we consider to be the optimal scenario for white man, white woman, white family, Western civilization. We all agree upon what's optimal. And it's what has been the West, worked for the West, etc., and enabled us to be and achieve what we have been and achieved. We also understand that we all are going to fall somewhere short of optimal, of the best case scenario. Falling short of optimal, as long as you consider the thing in question, the items in questions, the perfect identity or the perfect achievements for white man, woman, and children, family, and civilization. As long as you consider those the goal, and that's what you strive toward, then falling short is not a sin. It's not a crime. We are all going to fall short. One of the great ways, one of the powerful ways the anti-whites undermine us is that they say, well, and it's why they build it into all like these World War II movies where they assured us that the Nazis were fighting for the white race, and then everybody else was fighting against the white race. And they were the good guys, the ones fighting against the white race. Is to say that you had to be perfect, height, etc. Numerous ways as I'm looking at the clock and time. You had to be perfect in these ways, health-wise, or you couldn't participate, or they would just liquidate you. And that is divide and conquer. No human is perfect. We all, throughout all of recorded history, have said as groups, this is what we hold aloft as the ideal. And we will fall short of the ideal, but as long as we all accept this is the ideal, then we won't accept, as a society, the rejection of the ideal, or the specifically antithesis of the ideal. So there cannot be an idea of being pro something that's been antithetical for our people that is a thing that nonetheless is accepted as falling short of optimal, as ideal. Everybody is welcome that is on the spectrum of moving toward the ideal. And being on that spectrum of moving toward the ideal can be various things. You can have, somebody could have neurological disease, somebody could have, been an alcoholic, somebody on and on. Obviously, somebody who is antithetical to the ideal, like a pedophile, is not on the spectrum to working toward the ideal. That's obviously antithetical, inverse, deleterious, and rejected. So, but we won't be divided on the basis of falling short of our ideals. We've accepted them and we move toward them. Now, taking the attraction of a man for a man or a woman for a woman and turning that into their identity is an aspect of anti-whiteism, and is one of the grossest examples of anti-whiteism, because you've reduced what a person is to what turns them on, and that is it's unbelievably insulting and a demonstration of the power of anti-whiteism, that it has been able to convince so many people that their identity is no more than what they're attracted to. That, of course, would be like taking me and saying that my identity, as a man of the West, there's no comparison. A man of the West, and all I am is my attraction to Lululemon leggings. Seriously? No, not at all. Not even remotely close. So everybody can come together on that ideal, obviously excluding reprobate, so like child molesters and obviously that sort of thing. But unless you want to clarify, but that's usually when people have questions like this, that's the direction they're going. They're like, well, then you've got to, delete all the, the ear's against the door. So we got to be aware of that. But you got to delete like all of these people. Just forget about it. Whatever you do, don't invite someone like the anti-white Ethan Ralph on. Nah, says just say no. No intention of that. And let's see. I don't see any requests for microphone. If you would like to request, please just ask for the mic, and I will pass it over. And Slaughtz, if you at any point you think that you have something to add, then just unmute yourself and say something so I can hear you. But otherwise, I will take a look here. Mrs. Jess Horse, ladies and gentlemen, financially gifting $3 over here on Entropy. And she says, with those $3, Happy New Year. Well, a big happy 2024 to you, sister. And get out your raucous emojis, ladies and gentlemen, because she also financially gifts 25 white well-being dollars. You know she deserves crowns,
Get her the beautiful crown of the lady, crowns for her head, gems for her rings. Mrs. Jess Horse financially gifting $25, and she says, happy new great stream. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. 25, 28, happy great stream, happy new year from the great Mrs. Jess Horst. And I will keep my eyes open here to make sure I haven't missed any financial gifts. Thank you all for celebrating the great Mrs. Jess Horst. And I see JS is over there on Rumble, says, right on. Hello, everybody. He says, screw tube sucks. And looks like we're blank on Odyssey, so we haven't missed anybody. And we'll swivel around here, and I will continue looking for you all in the live chat, as well as requests for Mike on our Twitter space. And yeah, anything specific, anything you all want to bring up? There's the great white student transmission in the live chat. Wonderful to see you, good sir. And any topics you want to bring up, just let me know, and I will speak to them. I'd like to have, moving forward, especially for 2024, we got very close today, having the whole entire final hour Twitter space and slowing it down a little bit. Start off the gatherings with the explosive energy that we're known for in service to white well-being, and then taking the foot off the pedal a little bit and getting some more of y'all's thoughts. Jules is here. Talking about Jules, Jules shows up. Okay, didn't miss anybody there, and it looks like we didn't miss anybody on Cash App. Again, let me know. Tag me as No White Guilt if I've missed you, but otherwise,
I could bring up something.
Yeah, go for it.
Maybe it'll help spur more discussion once you hear it. One of the things I wrote about playing a victim, how you determine someone is a victim or not. It's really, the idea of a victim is a normative idea about, what is regular human suffering. A spoiled person would say working is oppression, right?
Yeah.
The easiest deciphering, I think, for a victim is if their goal is falsifiable. And that's a scientific concept, meaning that it's able to be disproven. So not only are they able to measure it, but as well that, and today anti-whites, they wouldn't allow us to have the funding to measure our victimization, but also that's capable of being falsified. So when it comes to anti-whiteism, there is no falsifiable criteria that they present ever.
Right. Yeah.
There's never criteria where they're saying this is when the victimization will stop. It's always just, whites are bad. That's what anti-whiteism is. When it comes to our victimization, we say, hey, we want this to stop. We want this to stop. We want these specific things to stop. And we're open to when that ends, when we stop being victimized.
Precisely. Very well said. Yeah, that is precisely right. In fact, it was today, I retweeted today, I think. It was someone who had tweeted about or posted about on X that of affirmative action, and how proponents at the time said, oh, it's going to be 10 years or 25 years or something, and then they would repeal it, and it's just another part of anti-whiteism. It never ends. It's, brother, what you're talking about right there, when I was in junior high school, I told my peers that this never ends. This is a storyline. And I knew it was a storyline because it read like a story. The proofs were story-like. It couldn't be that the white race was all evil and the non-white races were all good, and on and on. And I told them, I was able to tell them then as a consequence that this will never change. By the way, my peers, and I even write about it in Crucible, I had peers who said, well, my dad told me that once we do enough for them, then it will be better. And I told them, your parents are wrong. It's never going to get better. And the most telling thing in that conversation, in that cafeteria that day, it's so palpable. It's so meaningful to me. Was I told them the white kids before us were the villains. Now we're the villains. The white kids that come to this school after us will be the villains. And it will always be that way until we change it, until we change this story. And to this day, ladies and gentlemen, I can drive up into the parking lot of that same school, and the white kids that are there today are the villains. I'll be an old man, and if we just went along with the flow of things, the white kids at my final days at that school will be the villains. It doesn't change. It's a narrative. It's fictitious. They fictionalize reality. They build reality into their fiction. The unconscious mind can't know the difference between reality and fiction, and it perpetuates. So
yeah, this concept of enough is really once you're anti-white enough, or rather once our people are erased enough, and there's no amount of anti-whiteism that's acceptable. There's no amount of erasing us. There's no amount of victimizing us that's an acceptable amount at all.
Oh yeah, precisely. From our perspective, it all has to end, and from their perspective, it's barely begun. And those are, as talking about for white well-being, this video that he made is beautiful. We got a request, and I'll grab it right now. But where I said these are two different like moral systems, and they're like freight trains heading for each other. So we better pack as many people and wealth and etc. on into our train. Let me grab this request, and I will. Book of Daniel, I am approving. So unmute yourself and let us hear what you have to say.
Hey, can you guys hear me okay?
Perfectly, man. Go right ahead.
Yeah, hey, thank you so much for letting me speak, and I just want to say thank you for all the work you've done over the years. I found you pretty early on in my red pill stage.
Oh, cool.
And I was like, oh, this guy's, it was intense. And then over the years, I was like, oh, he was totally right about everything. So just thanks for keeping on with it.
Thank you.
And I just wanted to chime in with two examples of like the anti-whiteism not being enough is the genocide that happened in Haiti. I believe it was against the French. And then what's currently happening in South Africa. And so like we have a historical example, and there's plenty of stuff from the colonies that happened. And right now we're seeing it in South Africa against the Boers. And it's like, those people have been there, those white people have been there for almost 500 years. And they're still not considered African. They're still not considered part of it. But people will come to America, and they're instantly American, or the West in general, and they're instantly European somehow.
Yeah.
But I just wanted to bring up those two examples.
Those are great examples. And I think when it comes to the eradication of the white people, folks need to remember in Haiti, when they murdered off, and that's a big celebration. I mean, check it out for yourself. Maybe I'm wrong. Ears against the door, but check it out for yourself how they talk about what they did to white people there, and then what they did by their own story. Maybe that's where I read it, by their own tellings, what they did to non-white people who had white blood. But maybe I'm wrong. But the white people there were anti-white. They freed anti-whiteism, just decided to, in the body of white people, decided to just kill itself. It had created the circumstances and then unleashed that upon themselves. This is what anti-white is. So who's to blame there? Well, we can take responsibility for ourselves, and we can prevent something like that from happening again. In South Africa, a great example of the anti-whiteism there, brother, that you just mentioned, is that it won't matter how long white people are there. It won't matter how long white people are anywhere. According to the anti-whites, they're always invalid. They're always wrong. The important point for us, and like a follow-up when you mention this to friends or peers or strangers about South Africa, and you make this point that there never will be considered by the system there, which, by the way, if you're framing it as the system, the governments there are never going to acknowledge the white people as like legitimate. You have an unspoken premise that's working in your favor, and that is that the white man is not in charge. And that contradicts the anti-white narrative. So that's an unspoken premise that's powerful in conversation. But then to follow that up with the fact that South Africa doesn't exist without white people creating it. Rhodesia doesn't exist without white people creating. So we are ipso facto South African, ipso facto Rhodesian. My white ass here in the once great state of Virginia, am more South African biospiritually than any black person living in Africa for their whole lives, and their families and families and families before that for millennia. This is our moral, inviolable position. It is what we create into the world. We created a South Africa. No one else created it. So that is what we are. And that's the end of the conversation. But this is how I would suggest following up the conversation that you might have with somebody over how we are unjustly in this story where we are never the good guys. We're always the villains. We're always wrong, even when we create all of the circumstances that we then invite people into. So great point. Thanks for chiming in, brother. Lunder here says that he's invited me to a Telegram channel for the t-shirt idea. Awesome. Where would I guess I would find it on Telegram, or did you send it as a DM to me on Twitter? Reynold White Wolf in the live chat says, do you consider Russians and other Slavs white? Of course. Some in our community don't. Yeah, I realize that. It's another one of these short-sighted, inept positions. I have talked to multiple Russians in Russian about anti-whiteism, and they agree that it is wrong. Yes, and they see themselves as white, and all the ones I've talked to, and it's been quite a few over the years, and they are very happy. Let me rephrase that. The Russians I've spoken with have always seen themselves as white, and so there is an important identifier. But what's also important is that they are deemed white by anti-whiteism. So they're going to be victimized as a consequence of being white. Now, do you want to turn them away from what's being done to us? Does this make sense? Let's just carve off a giant chunk of smart, industrious, tough, some of them wealthy people. You're going to separate yourself from. No, I think in these cases, in the white sympathetic sphere, we're dealing with people who want to, the ones who want to say that Russians aren't white or any other group of white people are not white. I think you're dealing with people who, in most cases, are crypto anti-whites. These are anti-whites pretending to be white sympathetic. And in the remainder of the cases, you're dealing with veritable tards. You're dealing with people with really low IQs. And unfortunately, on the internet, you can't see people. You don't know much about them. You can't see like the choices they make in how they're going to adorn or dress themselves, and a lot of indicators of a person's mentality, psyche, intelligence, etc. You can't hear them otherwise. They're constructions of thought and be able to determine intelligence or lack thereof. And so they show up, and it's just like another person. It's like the pure democracy of hell. And they show up and they're like, well, I'm just going to give my useless opinion. And that useless opinion can just fall on a page right beside my opinion. That would be like me being able to interject into a medical journal that has authors who have been, say, neurologists or what have you, for their whole lives, dedicated their lives to the study of the human nervous system. And I can just jump in there and they're going to put my name on there, and I'm going to say, well, they're wrong. And I know nothing about it, or next to nothing about it. That's the equivalent of what happens socio-politically online.
So they're absolutely Slavs, Ukrainians, Russians are white. They're treated white here. And when it comes to this question about who's white, the bottom line is that conflict and time resolves that for us. It is anti-white to try to parse us into pieces, sectarianize us. And anybody trying to do that, you got to get rid of them. Time and conflict will determine who is white. All right, let me see if there's anybody else in the live chat who had anything to say. Promethean Kitchen says he has a Substack. Oh, that's right. Okay, I gotta take. Can somebody copy and paste Promethean Kitchen's comment here in the live chat and send it direct message to me so I can add that to my list? His goal is to get rid of the anti-white stereotype that white people food isn't as good as ethnic food. And we have based White, great to see you, brother, says send a message on Facebook. So let me write a note to myself there, and I will get to that. Thank you for that, brother. And I think I got everybody in the live chat. Now, Just Say No. Oh, we got a request for Mike. So let me pass that over. Just Say No says, you should invite Misha on. If you know her, invite her. Invite her, bring her on. I will have her on the show. All right, we got Jews genociding Gentiles is back. You are given the mic and just unmute, brother. And what's on your mind?
Hello?
Hello, man, we can hear you. What's going on?
Awesome. Great stream, Jason, as always. My comment is about the definition of white and the way that different fucking past each other.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm just going to submit like two general definitions of white, where someone like Michael Jones might be talking about it, or someone like us might be talking about it, or the anti-whites, or Vagues. Okay, so there's sort of two different definitions of white. One is the associations that have been made with sort of, kind of predominantly British colonialism, right? So the white British, colonialism and all that, slavery and all that, they make negative associations with. So there's that negative association of white with this abstract sense of white as a thing, and arguably that's it's easier to manipulate because it's not really based in some harder history like
I think we lost you. I don't hear you, brother.
How about, can you hear me now?
Oh yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay, so I'll finish up here. So the legitimate definition of white is peoples of European heritage, right? The peoples of geographically Europe and the diaspora thereof, right? And so anyway, the point that I make is these arguments, a lot of times if you instead of jumping right in at the derivative, the things that are downstream of the pretexts, you can waste time and effort. But if you go straight to the false pretext, then you can save time. And so if you define the terms up front, like with an anti-white, you say, is white a legitimate ethnicity? And you say, so what? Everyone from Europe is not a legitimate people? Like, what are you talking about? You can really just cut them off. Because if you let them use the other definition of white without actually admitting it, then that gives them some power. Some rhetorical, yeah.
Well said, man. Thank you for that addition to the conversation. I appreciate it. I appreciate you calling back in. Yeah,
absolutely.
The only concern, and we got one more request for Mike. White Student Transmission actually says that he covers this in his book, chapter 1 through 3 on equal training. I don't know if it's specifically this subject, but
or some other, but maybe he can clarify. The only concern I would be is when we talk about historical realities that are realities for us, is that those realities can be questioned, and then defending against such questioning can be challenging. And it also takes the time we have for the disagreement away from arguing in favor of ending our victimization. So I've heard people say things like, well, I've heard people approach it like, well, historical European populations. And then I've heard people challenge that and say, well, what period? Because at this period, there were these invasions by this people, and they were largely that. And they were in this area. So are those people white today? Are they not white today? And the movements of populations. And, but
right.
That's where it can potentially, but if you're with a intellectually honest person, then you're more likely to, I think, get traction with what you're arguing there. Let me jump over. We got one more request here, and we're running out of time, brother. But ask to come back next week too. All right.
Awesome. Thank you, guys.
All right, man. Thank you. And nothing against Jews. We'll just refer to Jews. Nothing against him. His name, his screen name, is something that is not happening in the world. So just to make that clear for the ear at the door, Jewish people are not genociding white people. The guy, our caller here on Twitter Space has that as a name. So that's not my position. We're going to pass it over to Joshua. And you got about a few minutes here, Joshua. The mic is yours. Unmute yourself and let us know what's on your mind. I do not hear you. I see it says you're unmuted, but I don't hear. Wait, I think I heard something. Can anybody else hear Joshua?
I can't right now.
Okay. Joshua, are you here? Don't hear anything yet. Unmuted, but I don't hear anything yet. Will Books, did you have anything?
I did have one addition to what you and the other gentleman had said, is the term crypto anti-white was really good. And I've found that in personal experience, like most people, and you, like in my personal experience on Twitter Spaces, just talking with like non-whites is, I'll talk about like white people should have a homeland, and they'll be like, oh, well, what is white? And then I'll be like, what's Asian? And they can list Asian, right? So I would just say, from personal experience, be careful with this. A lot of these people are intellectually dishonest. They're basically, as you said, crypto anti-white, which is a good phrase I haven't heard. And I know the other gentleman mentioned this, but just be like, don't dump your energy into like talking to these people, like trying to define white and all of these other things. Like if you can be like, yeah, they're European. And then if they're like, oh, well, what about like Persians or Syrians, and like, what about like a light skinned is like an albino, a black, or Jews, or albino blacks white or Jews white. And so I would just say, just be careful having this conversation, because you're just going to end up beating your head against the wall. Put your effort in where it matters with the people, as you said, who are intellectually honest. But that's a really good way to focus on these people. And I don't even engage with these people. If they start having the semantics of whiteism with me, I just block them and move on. Because I'm like, you're just anti-white. You just don't, you just Like you don't even have the balls to say it though.
Right.
And so I would just say that with these people. But everything y'all said was absolutely keynote, and I would just recommend for people who aren't as engaged with this stuff or trying to get engaged, just be careful on not wasting your time with these intellectually dishonest people, because you will get nowhere with them, and they will walk away not having their mind changed, and all you did was speak for an hour and waste your time when it could be put into actual pro-white people and helping white people realizing the greatness of our culture and our civilization and our people.
Well, very well said. Amen to that. Thank you. Let's see if Joshua, if he's able to unmute and see if he can talk now. If you can't, then we'll get you next week. Try again. But let's see. I see that you did unmute. Now, you know what it might be? You might have to grant the ability to use your microphone with Twitter. Maybe that's their X. That might be the issue, that you have to grant the right to X to access your microphone because you're unmuted. I just saw you unmute. But that's a great point that Book just raised. And same with Jews who are doing something other than that. Doing something other than that. Yeah, it's a great point. This issue is one of these areas where anti-whites, they do a fantastic job. I mean, even Richard Spencer was tripped up numerous times in speeches where they would just demand to know who is white and to break it down. And the answers that ended up being given were facile and I thought I knew did not advance white well-being or push back against our victimization or change that conversation about our victimization. But in many cases, it did more harm than just giving a shrug and ignoring them and moving on. When you are in a conversation with somebody who is intellectually dishonest, and the moment they begin questioning whether or not we exist, you can find out really quickly. You can try like one of these approaches and see what they say to that. If they're suddenly genuinely interested and want to know more, then you might be dealing with somebody who's intellectually honest and trying to learn. If they dismiss it and they continue with the who's white, nobody's white, except that we can victimize you on the basis of being white attitude, then you know you're dealing with an anti-white. When it came to me personally, I think we're gonna wrap up here because we just went beyond 9:30. When it came to me personally, and I would have these conversations, in every scenario, whether it was this meme pathogen or any other, the MP of who's white, I always tried to get past it. My goal was to get past it as quickly as possible and to change the conversation, change what was being discussed, so that the anti-white continually found themselves in a place of having to defend our victimization, which cast them as immoral in the conversation. And when you're even just one-on-one, there's a palpable energy of defending the immoral. There's a palpable energy there that most people don't like. You're going to come across anti-whites who are just demented maniacs, and they're like, yes, bloodthirsty, want to kill white people. Just thank them that you know now what they are, so you can stop spending any more time on them and move on to somebody else, in person or online. But otherwise, I suggest in most interactions where it's not really an academic discussion, in most interactions, you get by these things as quickly as possible, and then you can get to the conversation or the conversations where you're going to use some of the lexicon, some of the dialectics, and potentially change that person's mind or others who observe the interaction. It could be live, it could be later. Although now that we know the test is over when it comes to so many in the white sympathetic sphere, explicit, that they're not really trying to get to an answer. They're not trying to, that leads us to the objective of ending our victimization. There's no reason. If it's the moment they start going off with one of the old vehicles or ideologies, just say, have a nice day. Treat it as the equivalent of coming across a blue-haired, purple-haired, blue-haired, 400-pound, 5'1", anti-white, covered in tattoos and bone through her nose, anti-white, white female. You just know this isn't going anywhere. It's not going to go good. So get away from it. But otherwise, take it to them and let the world know that we are 2024. The year has started off amazingly. We're having success after success. And remember, we have the audiobook of It's a Comedy, Damn It. It's actually a comedy, damn it. And it's a great way to introduce conservative people to me and the work that we do. It's available right now on Amazon. Write some reviews, write some positive reviews over there that would, if you feel that it is the case, that you feel would appeal to conservative people when they read it. I mean, maybe if you really feel, then you would write, if you're conservative, you're going to love this. And audiobook is there. The physical book is there as well. It's a book. It's a short little comedy. So people can imbibe it and enjoy it quickly and have an impression of us that hasn't been sullied, that they get that's a little bit lighter and that otherwise elsewhere is profaned by anti-whites and or folks in the white sympathetic sphere. But it's been a glorious gathering again. Now remember, Wednesday, there won't be a roll-in this Wednesday unless something changes. I don't think anything's going to change, but there won't be a roll-in this Wednesday. Might be back for a roll-in at the end of the week. Definitely will be back on next Sunday for another gathering. So make sure you show up and you can get onto the Twitter space and share your thoughts. Everybody talking has been smart so far, haven't they? We haven't had a single dummy yet. I mean, I'm sure that's going to happen and we'll make fun of them. But everybody so far has been splendid and smart thinking people. And that's not a surprise, is it? You're going to get smart thinking people here where we challenge things for what they are, digging in to things for what they actually are, which is that something that takes much more IQ points, raw processing power than you find with the simple takes elsewhere. But otherwise, folks, I want you to go out into this week. I want you to be glorious and get ready for these guests. You're not going to believe the kind of wonderful people that we're going to have coming on here in the very near future, already lined up on the calendar. I want you to be a part of that. I want you to be a hero and champion in service to white well-being. I'll be here with you. We'll stand shoulder to shoulder. It'll never get boring. And within this life, as we were mentioning, speculating today, we'll make such a change that our names will be forever remembered. I love y'all. Let's go free.